And welcome back to another episode of Muckluck Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Muckluck, and we are back in the not-so-wonderful universe of Warhammer 40k. That's 4 zeros. That's a lot of zeros. We are back. We did play this morning, minutes after the game came out. We are still in, I guess what you could say is Act 1. Don't worry, all those episodes are up on YouTube if any of you want to watch it from the beginning. And this will be the new morning game, but I didn't have any better plans tonight, and I was just, more than anything else, I wanted to get back into this. So, for those who haven't seen it, this is Muck Von Luck. I did not know they were going to add another Von last name to my name, so I'm actually Muck Von Luck Von Demetrius or something like that. They added another Von to it. We are very noble. The rest of these, Adira is a Psyker, Argenta is a Sister of Battle, Abelard is just a guy with a sword, but he's pretty bad at it. He's probably the most powerful member of the party. So we had some level ups after killing a boss at the end of the morning stream. So Muck Von Luck has got a level up, and we got some choices to make here. First up, we get Finest Hour. When we get a heroic ability, we can use it to give someone else a full extra turn. And we get to choose a talent. Now, when I saw this, I was like, I'm gonna read this later. Okay, so what do we got? Range of your abilities increased by 3. Steal, more resolve. Whenever an ally uses heroic act, that ally gains temp wounds equal to, that's like HP, wounds are HP, equal to 10% of their max wounds. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, they gain a bonus to perception and ballistics, that's like range damage, equal to... What is Fel? Fellowship bonus. It's friendship power. These bonuses stack, but half of the stacks are lost at the end of the target's turn. Inspire Courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, that ally gains willpower bonus temp wounds. Whenever an officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, they get some temp health. That's pretty awesome. So he could just scream at people and they get barrier. That's like Banner Warrior. Personal Oversight. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or an attack, you can just attack allies. That ally's resolve is increased by +1 until the end of the officer's next turn. This effect stacks is prolonged. Physical Encouragement. Whenever an ally starts a turn adjacent to the officer, that officer gains additional movement points. Iron Discipline. Allies affected by the officer's abilities gain a bonus to resistance. More Than Possible. The target of Bring It Down gains +1 ability point. If they finish their extra turn using this ability with 0 AP, they will suffer Wait, if they finish the extra... Okay, so Bring It Down gives a target an extra turn, and they get 2 AP. This makes it 3. If they finish that extra turn using this ability with 0 AP left, they suffer damage from my willpower. Huh. You can also use the little buttons at the top to filter options. I mean, it's not like there's that... Huh. Okay. I didn't realize how many there were. Every time the Psyker deals damage, they gain +1 stack of Sanguine Siphon effect. If that damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain 2 stacks. When the Psyker suffers lethal damage, stacks of Sanguine Siphon are removed to reduce the damage by -1 for each stack until either all stacks are removed or the damage is no longer lethal. Biophysical Distortion. All the Psyker's attacks, including damaging psychic powers, now poison. Does 3 + 3 times Psi rating damage each turn. All Psyker's attacks, including psychic powers, now poison. That's pretty wild. More dots. Sacred Rituals. Inscribed Soul. Psyker gains Inscribed Soul. It costs no AP, but deals direct damage to the Psyker equal to 25% of your max wounds. The next psychic power used after this ability will not trigger psychic phenomena or perils of the warp and will not degrade the veil. So you can wound yourself to do a spell that is not going to hurt the veil. If you cast too many spells and shred the veil, then you make demons. Be Smart, Jinx. Tap. Wait, we don't start with Jinx? I thought we started with Jinx. Oh, I thought we had that already. Contagious Luck. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally grants a high Noxxi, grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, character skill test, or success for 1 round. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Using a non-damaging ability on an enemy grants a chance to fail. So Contagious Luck, anytime I give an ally a buff, they can reroll 1 fail. They're all options, including that int replacement you wanted. Well, I don't have high int now, so it doesn't really make sense. Good lord, there's so many options. You can get +5 to a stat. Overpower. Breaking point. Proficiency in weapons I don't have. Increase wounds. Solid projectile expert. Nimble. Combat master. Swift movement. No respite. Whenever the officer's ability grants action points to an ally, that ally also gets +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. That's pretty neat. So they just keep making them stronger. That's actually pretty wild. Alright, I like no respite. At the beginning of combat, the officer gains an extra turn. During this turn, they can only use officer abilities. So I can scream orders on turn 1. Wounds are no excuse. Prerequisite, get back in the fight. I don't know where that is. What is recommended? Let's see. Personal oversight. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, their resolve is increased by +1 to the end. No. Inspire courage. The thing that gives them temporary health. Focus. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to perception and ballistic skill. These stack. Blood of Martyr. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temp health. Steel resolve. Increased by 3. Commanding voice. Range of your abilities increased by 3. Range of voice of command increased by 6. That's pretty nice, too. What was the other one I had highlighted? No respite. Grants action points. Also grant +1 to all stats. I think I'll give him range right now. Alright. Oh, did I have 2 level ups? Oh my god. Fellowship or willpower? My willpower is higher, so I guess I'll get fellowship right now. And then choose a common talent. And the scroll bar is smaller. Mug, if this game's recommended list is anywhere close to being as good, awful as their Pathfinder feat recommendations, those things might straight up give you... Well, yeah, but I already had my my eye on that range upgrade. That's not that bad. Favoriting stuff that looks interesting could be good. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Let's see, Combat Master... Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses when fighting you. Nimble, plus 10% dodge. It will not die. Increase wounds by half of character level. It will not die. Breaking point. Advanced tech use. Grenadier. Bloody Mist. Just a flesh wound. Contagious luck. Contagious luck might be fun. What is these? Sacred Rituals. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP spent on psychic powers. Blades of Light force attacks do more damage. Enforce Reality. Usage of a heroic act decreases veil degradation. Psychic Barrage. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, they get bonus BS damage. Bullshit damage? Ballistic damage. Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense. Second Sight. The Psyker's psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by perception. Stabilizing factor. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If this talent, it reduces the effect on veil degradation to less than 0. Veil degradation instead decreased by 1. Subtle mutilation, damaging a psychic power being threatened by enemies in melee range. Obscured threat. Confer immunity. Whenever you heal an ally, if the character being healed is already full wounds, they instead gain temporary wounds equal to the healing. These wounds do not stack. That will be huge later on, because this character is going to get heals, like, very soon. But I don't have it now. Deterioration. Bonus BS damage must be intentional. Just imagine working tech support, getting on the phone with someone, just start taking BS damage. Like, oh god. Chain weapon? You can get a chain weapon? Or maybe that means like chaining, like doing multiple attacks back to back or something. Dude, I got all excited there for a second. I thought we got chain weapons. Let's get Contagious Luck. That sounds fun. Alright. He's done. Oh, hopefully this takes less time now that I've seen quite a few of the talents. Alright, so this is the Warrior. His heroic ability is immediately restores all ability points and movement points and gains agility bonus movement points until the end of the turn. They don't lose movement points after performing attacks. The Warrior has no limit on melee attacks this round. And then we get a bonus thing. Whenever an enemy attacks the Warrior's next melee attack against that enemy does additional toughness damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. In Rage, if you have less than 50% wounds, you get bonus crit chance. Okay, so it's like berserking. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the Warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the Warrior gains +1 temp wound for each stack. These temp wounds cannot exceed the Warrior's toughness bonus. Oh my god, infinite small healing for every time they get hit. That sounds awesome. Thick Skin gains +1 damage reflection. Their parry chances increase by 25% of the Warrior's armor. Let me see. Damage deflection. The amount of damage deducted whenever enemy has a character. Okay. Let's get Thick Skin. What is Living Shield? Oh, there's a lot of good stuff here for Warrior. I'm gonna get Thick Skin here. Can't go wrong with that. Alright, and then we got another thing here. Alright, so we've got Thick Skin there, so we get to pick another one here. Maybe Epicenter Slaughter. Ramming Speed. Oh, +3 to range of charge could be nice too. Enemies suffer -10% penalty to their hit chance with ranged attacks against the Warrior for every enemy in a 1-cell radius around the Warrior. Oh, so it's like you're using the enemy as a living shield. Oh god. Clenched Teeth. Gains + toughness bonus damage deflection. Hardened Scars. Whenever the Warrior is hit while under Endure, their damage deflection is increased by 1 until the next turn. Let's get Epicenter of Slaughter. That honestly sounds fun. Weapon skill or toughness? Let's go toughness. Alright, he's done. In other media, you see them waving chainswords around all the time. There are chainswords. We do have that. Also, hi Chip. What's up? Lol says, howdy, not related to this game, but I'm watching a Riftmaker series. I wanted to try Brutal, but I noticed I don't have access to the laser sword after building an armory. Do you know why that is after beating the game on normal? Hello, Lolin. Yes, the laser sword was added in the, God, what is it called? Metal Terror? Or their first expansion. The chainsaw, the laser sword, and a handful of other weapons were added in that expansion, as well as all the expansions. But the laser sword is from the first expansion. I think it was called Metal Terror, so you might have to beat Metal Terror or play it enough to unlock it, if you haven't already. Okay, so we got Idira, who's like an offensive psyker. Dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Until the end of combat, if the target of this attack suffers a -30% penalty to dodge and armor. I love those until the end of combat things, that you could just keep getting more bonuses out of. Like, more benefits. I really like that. Let's see. Pick a trait. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit, the operative gains +1 damage and 2% armor pen until the end of combat stacks. That's amazing, because we trigger that a lot. First target attacks enemy that is full wounds. Attack does +1 damage. It's an exposure. Expose weakness costs 0 AP. Alright, Tide of Excellence for just have her stacking damage the whole fight. Perception or Int? I don't really know what she uses Int for. I know she uses Perception for quite a bit, so I'm gonna get Perception. And then we pick one more. No Game Awards live reaction, Road Trader's too good. I have never watched Game Awards ever. I have no dislike for them, but I've literally never watched them. There's no draw. I have no interest to see that. I'm hooked on this right now. We'll have a stream with just chip window. Yes, here we go. Just that the whole time. Just the loaf. Swift movements, dueling mastery, nimble. Heavy armor requires 45 strength. Athletics, lore, Medicae, Grenadier. Unnatural luck. What are you? When the Psyker uses divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck event, that ally gains unnatural luck. When the ally suffers a critical hit, it will become a normal hit instead, and the unnatural luck hit is removed. That's kind of neat. Oh, where was that thing where the Psyker stuff was toned down? Stabilizing? The first psychic power used each turn increases Veil Degradation by 2 points less. This was it. Stabilizing factor. Let's get that. Okay. Alright. Sister of Battle. I like her. Alright. She gets Firearm Mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Choose a talent. Rapid reload. Reloading costs 2 AP less, minimum 1. The first reload in combat does not cost AP. I have never had her run out of ammo yet, now that I've had her for very long. Your thumbnail is gold. Oh, you like this? Yes. Yeah, graphics design is my passion. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that one came out. I hired the lowest bidder on that one. Rack and Ruin. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, you gain bonuses more damage to the next attack in the current combat. Camaraderie. For each adjacent ally, you deal more damage. More BS damage. Unpredictable. Gain some bonus critical chance, doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Fired Up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Exploit surroundings. Cover is increased by 10% for full cover, 20% for half. Combat Medicae. Point blank. All the soldier's attacks gain armor pen and ignore deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier. Trace trajectory. Whenever you successfully dodge or use cover against enemy's attack, they gain a guaranteed critical hit against that enemy. That could be amazing. I'm assuming a critical hit means a guaranteed hit also. Like, it's not... I'm assuming you can't have a critical hit and then it misses. Enough bullets for everyone. Soldier's second attack action in return deals more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. Second attack action in a turn, do more damage. Enough for a Fortress. When the soldier has full cover against an enemy, the soldier gains plus 10% damage against that enemy. And the enemy's attacks do minus 20% less damage against the soldier, and their cover if the cover is present at the moment when the shot is fired. There's a lot of stuff here. Revel in Slaughter can be used after 2 kills instead of 3. That might be good. Revel in Slaughter's a big power-up skill, but you can only use it after 3 kills in a single fight. I'll do that. Swift Slaughter. Okay, and then we get Ballistic or Agility. Probably Ballistic, since she basically is just pew-pew. Alright, and then we get to pick one more thing for her. This is the last one. Medium armor does not reduce dodge. Bolt weapon attacks gain plus 10% armor penetration. Plus 10% armor pen. That could be good. It will not die. Attack with the second weapon set in addition to each one per round. The character can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual one attack per round. This attack suffers minus 20 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill and costs 1 AP more. Huh. Dual weapon combat. But that's an extra chance to blast someone. Oh, what are these? Litany of Purification. All enemies in the area of effect of War Hymn of Furious Recital gain stacks of the Disturbed effect. Enemies that are adjacent to the Devotee gain plus 2 stacks of Disturbed instead. Litany of Hatred. The Devotee and all their allies in the area of effect gain number damage for single shots and attacks opportunity for 1 round. Shield of Faith. Bonus to armor against demons and warp damage. The Devotee's resolve is permanently increased by number. Emperor protects. Will everybody's gonna see me attack. Let's see faith. Dude, I don't know. What do you recommend? Let me just see what's here. Reloading, Rack and Ruin, Camaraderie, Unpredictable, Fired Up is okay. Cover efficiency is increased by 10%. Maybe Exploit Surroundings? I guess we'll get that. Being able to use cover well is certainly not bad. It's just not super exciting either. Okay. Alright. Save all that. Let's see. So these guys survived that boss fight. Let's try to talk to one of them. The Emperor protects. Yes, he does. Where do we need to go now?
Yeah.
Ravor, Master Helmsman, system status report. Master Helmsman Ravor. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. What was my voice? Okay. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Doesn't even look. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Muck von Luck! You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Under the final preparations, wait for the officers to report. Bah! Blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Muck von Luck. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I am ready. Begin the ritual. Muck, you need different voices for all the characters? Best I can do is 3. Muck Von Luck. Yeah, I didn't know they were going to add another Von to my name, so I'm Muck Von Luck Von Bob or something. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. What do you want with me? Kunrad Voigtvir. Voigtvir? Your head begins to spin and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor, Voigtvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with the trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. Adira. The image is scattered by invisible sorceress winds. You see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and I will lead... Wait. And today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that I will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. Abelard. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the royal seneschal of the Destiny. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. This isn't trippy at all. Master Helmsman Ravor. Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Master Helmsman Ravor. Ravor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As first officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
Say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
So now I'm Muck von Luck von Valancius.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Other guy died? Yeah. Yeah, the captain was killed. We don't know who yet.
The Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
But yeah, the captain died, and the competitor for the spot ended up getting taken over by the warp stuff and turned into a monster. And he was like a boss. Quick game. Yeah, the end. Good game. Abelard. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship? You cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their brief meeting. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears that heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. He grimaces. What is on the agenda for the meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this isn't a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers whom work 6 decks away from our bridge, and they in return will have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. Call says, would you recommend this game for 40k lore fans? Hello, Call. So, I was introduced to Warhammer like a year ago. Since then, I've played 5 or 6 Warhammer games, 40k and normal, and I love it. So I know a bit of the lore, but there's a lot I don't know still. If you like classic RPGs, such as Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, Divinity Original Sin, things like that, I'm loving this so far. I'm having a great time so far. But it depends on if you're into that kind of stuff. You know, if you just want to, like, you know, bang bang, that's it, you know, no reading, like Darktide, then you might not like this. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voigtveer? Not gonna watch the Game Awards? No, I could just look at who won later. Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain, in all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Consumables. You have found a consumable item. Grenade stimulants, medkits, and other Okay, muck me then. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, their expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Muck von Luck von Valancius. Muck von Luck von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. For a second, I thought this said peasant. Perhaps you'd introduce these peasants. Perhaps you would introduce these presents, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. He points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Oda of the Tulliman line, our new Voxmaster. That's her, apparently. It is an honor to serve, your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I'm responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I'm your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or pirate trap. The bearded man, with pale, almost transparent skin, large circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Janris Denrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. High factotum Janris Denrock. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Anything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priest mechadendrites. That is this guy, because I played the Mechanicus game, and we got to design one of these. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. All others present are All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. Infernus Master, report. High factotum Janris. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the Tech Priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligo's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planet, rumbles Abelard. That was not the Infernus Master's report. I thought I just did. What did I ask for? That was the high factotum. All right, let's try this again. Infernus Master, report. Yes, Lord Captain! The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the high factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the Tech Priest Scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. Sir, we have been scouring the Bibles. We can't find a prayer for this one. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There's no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. Thank you. She bows her head. Helmsman, status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engine seer, prime, and navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you'll allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. My brain! A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the daemon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Raver, if I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go around and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick-as-grox shite lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Ashar, the Master of Ordnance, gives you a gloomy look. No. My job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No, Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself! The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before lowering his gaze. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins. Every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks up at you. But I've heard of you. Oh yes, your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight if that is the Lord Captain's will. Okay. To summarize, we've sustained serious losses in crew members and we require a new engine seer prime and navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at a Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see to Vox Master on this point, Mistress Tolleman. We are in the Rycat star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Noblite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did not receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rycat Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Sabo. Hi, Ares. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Noblite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for the reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your Lordship, there's one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, he hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. Look. Hi, Star. Happy birthday, Star. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs von Kalox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system. That we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Noblite or the governor of Rycat Minoris, may know something. You beat me. Lol. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Consumables. You can drag items down the consumables slot. Yeah, okay. Idira, Sister Argenta? Explain yourself. Argenta, the Sister of Battle, grimly nods toward Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Yep, your lordship. Here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Glass? No, not yet anyway. The voices are all going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want to take a closer look at your future, find me on the bridge and we could talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you'd benefit from them as well. Her bitten lips stretched into a wry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this meeting concluded. It is time to get to work. My big boost goose chair. Okay. Alright. We could actually get up and move around. Oh, my chair turns around. It spins! Oh my god. Alright, well the Voxmaster's right here. Voxmaster. Thin pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. You see the grate of a quietly humming Vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Fellowship 40. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Fellowship test succeeded. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. Gained 44 experience. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That will be all. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Okay. I am very impressive. Argenta wanted to talk. Sister Argenta. Oh. Sorry, Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. Yeah, but she's so cute, though. You said you had a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Oh, I thought she was going to voice it. Ugh. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their post until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans. What good would meeting them do? These children are the future of your crew, and one day they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan's spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young. I will meet them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancia's dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Oh. It's actually going to do it? I thought it was just going to be a dialogue thing. Orphan farm? Oh, God. The motley crew of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Oh man, I should have worn my good coat. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Adelbard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Give them treats. A minute of looking at me is enough. Let's go all out. Grandly address the group. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tossed his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him. Address the group. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop dead and die like our folks or worse. Give me a second to look at these options. Punish him. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. Yeah, dear children, have a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry, and also your parents are dead. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Literally just hurling treats at them. Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. This game is half book. There is a lot. It's a classic RPG. It does have a high percentage of book. I love it though. It's good. The character customization has been on point so far.
Did you at
Raybor.
least splurge for the full-size Snickers?
Oh, dude. For orphans, they got king size. Ravor, the tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor, at your service. You are Voidborn, are you not? That I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartese vessel. Studied the family trade till I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by Lowerholt scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors, but I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off one after the other. He stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I am Voidbore. Finish your story. He stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and learned me a way, the cheeky blighter. Tell me about Voidborn. He winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Ptolemy, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Janris Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get us burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they could take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Ptoleman like the last one, Void Rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post, said the Vox systems were damaged and the Enginarium had no contact with other modules. How am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COGS reports with the power of my mind? First Officer Werserin, I can't stand him, like every Navy officer I've ever met. He doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him had to have a few words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more with the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. And then there's that woman. What's her name? Lass? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on this ship, but some would agree that she's friends with young Ptolemy or no, or at least she used to be. Do you like anyone? He looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was just making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. Okay. Lord Captain. Do you like anybody? Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Okay, bye.
Lord Captain.
So I click the map. Is this game like XCOM? When you're in combat, there are some similarities. Outside of that, there is a lot of story. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in a vast region of space known as the Coronis Expanse. The sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is a map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then click left mouse button to initiate the event to open the planet view. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urak 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order the auger crew to scan this station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remained silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadence sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. We will not invade a Navis Nobilite station without first acquiring official approval. Lord Captain, only the navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships through the Immaterium. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influence it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing warp space without a guide is a fool's errand. Forgive me for intruding, Lord Captain, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that Navis Nobilite are highly respected citizens of the Imperium, humanity's guides through the warp. The power and status of a highborn navigator house is akin to that of your protectorate. To aid them in their hour of need is to acquire an influential ally. It forces you to do it. You could do it nicely or meanly, but you have to do it. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Alright, this is my concern right now. There's multiple places to go. Right now, let's say I'm like level 4. So, I'm hoping all of this scales with you. I have a fear that like one of these is a level 4 area and the other's a level 8 area and the other's a level 12 area, and I'm worried like what if I go to the wrong area first. Hopefully they all scale with you. Explore the station to find answers. The Navis Nobilite station is not responding to any okay. Hull integrity, back to bridge. What are the saves like? I know you can quick save. I've been doing it a lot. Like that. To the Lord Captain's quarters. I'm not sure how to exit the ship. Is there a button at the map that does it? Begin scan. Urak 5. Okay, yeah, those are the only people I've got so far. Okay, I think I figured out how to board the station. I think we got it. Someone knocked a bookshelf on that dude.
Pathetic worm.
Felix bodyguard.
You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Ooh, Chad.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. And then I kick in the door with sunglasses on. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. The delay. That slight delay. Psh, oh, I've been shot. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Desist, brother! It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. The navigator frowns. No one has the right to interpret his will so freely, brother. But wait, I recognize your coat of arms. You must be a lord of the von Valancius dynasty. Yes, I'm absolutely positive, in fact. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this station. So you did not come to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Yurak 5 is a holy sanctum to House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say, you are not on the guest list. I am looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrichs van Kalox. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. What is happening on this station? Where did these corpses come from? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of a nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Yurak 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments, then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Phallic takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't gotten many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. What? This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement, so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. And why should I help you? You came to the station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we'll reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the power of our navigators. How am I supposed to use the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So, what have you decided to send into von Valancius' line? I will rescue your mistress, but in return, I require that House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our agreement is finished. I have no idea what I just asked him for. I just know I needed a navigator.
Amidst the madness.
Alright, quick save. Is it finally time for some action? Examine body.
The whispers told me how.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands were fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. His hands were fused. Jump over, athletics 70%. On. The elevator's power is out. Yeah, it needs the control rod. Good, so I can loot that one. Okay.
Patience!
Alright, what is this?
My nerves are
Phylactery of
frayed.
blood. Okay. Alright, quick save.
Who thought that was a good idea? A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Experience? Nothing matters more.
It took me 3 tries to hop over that thing.
Over there!
At the ready, the cogitators are trying to break through the guard rooms.
How intriguing.
Demolition. There's a trap up ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap triggers, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within an area of effect. Sometimes you'll see a trap marked with a red area and a connecting red line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. Hover your cursor over the mechanism. If the cursor changes to a trap icon, the trap can be disabled by interacting with the mechanism. Clicking the button on the mechanism to attempt the disarm test. If you have your entire party selected, the character with the highest skill score will go to disarm the trap. If the trap is marked with a red area without a dotted line, simply approach the trap and click on it to disarm.
I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
I don't know why, but I was not expecting traps in this.
There will be
Most of
no
these unfortunate
peace
souls
in
took their
my
own lives by
reign.
slicing their guts open. What? They get hit with the warp? Why are they crazy?
They will see.
Ah, what's happening? Stand firm! You must not let the
will
miscreants
see.
defile House Orselio. Okay. Fire at will for House Orselio!
Urge them!
Wait. Are they about to fire at me? I'm helping. What the heck? I'm so confused. I am what you might call nervous. I'm hoping they come running over here a bit. And they don't just shoot me from back there. Ah! Oh my god.
Abelard.
I've got the high ground. Alright, 72%.
I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. Faith without deeds is worthless. I refuse.
Alright, so I used run and gun to get a second ability, or second action. She can attempt to shoot at all these targets, but the one with the highest chance to hit is
I'll do it.
31%. Yeah, that missed. Alright, it's Muck's turn. Let's see, cast Iron Arm on
What
Abelard.
if?
Buff his
Who
arm!
even taught you to fight like this?
That wasn't Iron Arm. Shift 1 is Iron Arm. 1 is Shoot Gun. I just shot Abelard. I'm sorry! Give her an extra
Schemes
action.
within Schemes.
I'm playing this on challenge mode.
Anything
Lightning
else?
bolt.
What an unfortunate
Woo!
turn of fate.
2 down. But yeah, sorry, Abel. Shooting you was the will of the Emperor. Oh my god, ow.
I've suffered worse.
Oh, that is bad. In many ways. Can she reach? She cannot reach those. If she goes here, can she reach them? No. If she runs here out in the open, can she reach them? She can reach that guy. If she goes here, can she reach any targets? No. Alright, forewarning on him. Man, I want to fall back to get them to get out of that cover, but I think I have to push toward them. That'll hit. I don't like this.
What is this foreboding?
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
Gone.
Alright, that's a few of them.
Was that you?
I should have done that first.
Or...
Made a mistake. Okay, Abelard. Cannot charge from that distance. He can try to shoot from that distance, though.
Someone else can do this. I will do my duty.
Endure.
It will be done.
Brace for impact. Defensive buff around him. Unquestionable order.
Pain and duty go hand
That
in
hit
hand.
those temporary hit points, so he's okay. Guard Medicae. Oh, he can heal them.
Just a minor setback.
0, 0, and 0. Oh my god.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Dang. Alright, so a couple of things here. One, put Iron Arms on her. I want to say, how does toughness work exactly? How easily you could shrug off injuries? Okay. Bring it down on
A
Adira.
genius at work.
She gets 2 action points. And lightning bolt.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, are they not in range? Oh no! Dang it. I wanted to go zap. Alright. Is this gonna hit? I can't tell. No, it didn't. Let's see.
A wicked thought.
Voice of command on him. And turn. We can get lit up by these guys.
Scar to my collection.
Alright, took 4. He said another scar for my collection.
Pain is but an illusion.
Fudge! Ow. Alright, now it's her turn. If I go there, I can hit 3 of them. Alright, no. Hold on. Go there.
Who discern the future on the battlefield.
Analyze enemy. Get the squad
But
commander.
of course,
Okay. Now, light him up.
what an unfortunate
Alright, 2
turn of
died.
fate.
The big guy is half.
Will do.
Forewarning buff on herself. Alright, Abelard.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent.
Abelard's all about melee combat, and right now it's just, this is a fight he can't get in melee, so that's the problem. 3 of the, I don't know if I should call them snipers, but 3 of these long range dudes left. 1 damage, not bad. No damage.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
$25%, 25%, 21, 25.
Guided by faith.
Go there. If you swap weapons, does these have... No, okay, oh, this weapon's a shorter range. Alright. If I do bullet spray, it's lower chance.
I'll do it.
Hey, connect. Nice.
Doubt is for the
Run and
weak.
gun.
Rejoice in battle.
Ah, miss. Hit the railing. Okay. Alright, bring it down. I can give someone else an extra turn. Not sure if it would actually help any of them. Voice of command on Argenta. And then bring it down on her.
As the Emperor
26%,
commands,
come
I
on.
act.
Hey,
Strike is a
nice. Alright, that's 1 down. Revel in Slaughter. Immediately remove the winded effect. Until the end of combat, you gain ballistic skill, crit chance, and crit damage. This is available after you have killed its 2 enemies.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
So she gets bonuses till the end of this. Also, we can use the momentum
I'll do
thing.
it.
Cast this on myself just for the toughness.
What is my muse?
Worried about his health. Ow. Heroic attacks just became available. What is this? The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat and then makes a free attack against a target. This always hits. I assume there's a range, though. Alright, hold on. We'll just do this.
On it.
Zap arc. We got,
What?
let's see, analyze enemy.
Was it you? Or will do.
Give him forewarning. Or Abelard unable to get to the action.
I will do my duty.
What does this do? Immediately restore all AP and MP and gains +2 MP until the end of the turn.
Will rule the stars themselves. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Can't reach him with that turn. Unfortunate waste. Does she have a special thing? Desperate measures. Gain the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to weapon's rate of fire using the weapon attack that normally oh, can't do it right now because I guess we used up some of that bar.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Good job, we hit a wall. Let's see.
Let's see.
Ugh. Does everyone have this buff? She doesn't. Give it to her. Everyone's got Iron Arm now. Ah! You're such a punk. Oh, really? She can hit him? Okay, perfect.
In the Empyrean.
Oh my god, carried by the lightning staff, that fight.
In the shadows of the Imperium's ignorance,
Old injury.
my genius blossoms. So how they fear the brilliance that eludes them.
I am at your service.
He's got an old injury too. Let's see.
Field medicine at its finest.
Wait, why did that not work? It can be healed with a med kit, but requires passing a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Eh? Medicaid test failed. Oh my god. Okay, so I should quick save before doing this.
Careful now.
Medicaid test failed. And we just used up all the medkits. Does someone else have a better Medicaid? 30, 30, 35. Oh, she does. Alright, hold on. You don't need to succeed a test if you tend to the wound immediately while it's fresh. Well, I don't know if I got those during the fight or earlier on and I just didn't notice till now. But in any case, it's not fresh.
I am the rogue thread.
What's that? Mutated flesh sample. What?
What lies beyond?
Alright, I think I got all the loot. So, quick save again. Did I get anything that's like an upgrade? Scrappy auto pistol. Flak chest piece. Las gun. Seven to 12, 5 range. 5 to 7, but 10 range. Six to 8, 5 range. Auto pistol. Keep the bolt gun, but maybe let's give her a longer range option in case that happens again. Flak chest piece. Okay.
There, done.
Statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium, original.
Oh, one step at a time amidst the madness.
Data crypt H40KO. is that? A book. It's called a book. The library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium. From Astra Militarum technicians to Adeptus Mechanicus
There will
Genitors.
be no peace in my wake.
Do
Whoa.
you see that?
The Emperor favors me today.
Okay.
Muckluck Douglas Bartholomew Reginald
crew
Esquire the
continues to
Fourth.
mourn
This
Lady
game any good?
I fear it
Innate,
may affect the
I am
performance of their
greatly
duties
enjoying
in
it.
service of the Lord Captain.
In his service will they find strength and fortitude. Only thus will they turn their
Trap.
hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
It looks like there's a wire going to the next room. I have to disarm it from in there. Time, try to tick lock.
Applaud my brilliance.
First try.
Never doubt me.
Alright. That is disarmed. Got some more stuff from that. Quick save in case these guys go hostile.
In this tapestry of a
what is going on
world,
here? Athletics
I
check.
am the rogue thread.
Oh, come on. I better myself through my service.
Noble silk gloves, plus 5 to persuasion. 65 persuasion now. Okay.
Patience?
We're
My
very
nerves
persuasive.
afraid.
Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir! The second guy pulled out his own weapon, tried to fight back. Guy 3 just huddled and just stood there. I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Who are you? I'm the Muffin Man. Wait, what? Okay. Goods. I'm the Muffin Man.
What lies
Muffin Man's here.
beyond?
Identity theft's a serious crime, chat. Tech use 45%.
Ooh, another notch.
Nice.
A mere setback.
Who thought that was a good idea?
That wasn't so difficult.
So it seems like each person can attempt like a lockpick one time. Long glass? 18 range. Oh, wow. Carapace chestplate. Alright, so 20% armor, but still light armor. Alright. Who is gonna get the long lass? Let's see. Ballistic skill. She's got the most for sure. Probably her. Goods. Your trophies packed as cargo.
Curiosity sings
What's
in my
up?
veins.
It hurts so much, the pain in my chest. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Awaken the cogitator spirit. The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator's systems. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felic Orselio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location upper chambers, status alive. Calamora Orselio, location upper chambers, deceased. Alexius Orselio, lower levels, deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orselio, unknown, deceased. The Child, location upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceed permissible limit, status, unknown error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible, error, control rod is not present. If rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorium custodian. Examine log. The archive data stored in the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access residual logs for examination. View Vox report. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to navigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We've attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We've never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own. Remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Examine recent entries of the incident. Report X880 originator classified. Date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Again? The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. X891 originator classified data expunged. Okay, I'm guessing that the child is going to be a navigator that doesn't know how to control her powers. And she's like accidentally killing all the servants around her all the time or something like that. Examine station's docking log. The log is almost completely corrupted. Identity confirmed, reagent Eronto Orselio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine security and life support. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning, damage in technical compartment A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. View encrypted data. Something buzzes buzzing in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the visit screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Tech use 25 attempt. Break through the machine guardian's defenses. Success. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were unhappily. His password was the word password. Okay. I just turned my fan off. It's getting too warm in here. Chip's back. Continue. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete, picked flow, disable access code, analyze station, controls delete, activate, shuffle, self-destruct, purge command log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that... Call Rykad Minoris for help. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms." Main elevator controls. Activate elevator. Processing query confirmed. Return to list. Switch to main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirit grants you access to the station control, or at least its parts that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors. It goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing, error. Oh, and 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 oh. Oh my god, look at the answers, John. Okay. That is required. And then I've got options here. Google Translate Go. I can't copy paste it. The main thing I'm noticing is the first and last number is a 0. And the only two options where the first and last number is a 0. No, that's not it. It's not just a repeating phrase. Just type it in. None of them have the same start. Alright. In high school, I subscribed to when in doubt, choose B. So I'm going to choose the second option. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, the door has already been opened. Already opened. You push a few buttons on the control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting commands. According to the data, the compartment you're trying to open is depressurized. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems and produces the following message. The protocol has been executed, the passage has been opened. Already opened. Oh. Thought it was C? Yeah, but that attitude will make you fail the true-false test, Flute. Visit the void ship to remove fatigue.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy this laboratory or find something. Examine. Someone disrupted this experiment in the most brutal fashion. It's impossible to determine what was inside. What are these? Like syringes? Black water, biogel, unidentified acid.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Tapping quick save. Transducer.
What is that?
I just shoved a crystal in there. That seems like a good idea. It became crystal dust. The dust plays music. Meteorite chunk. Meteorite dust. Yo, it's just a slap chop.
Tapestry of a world.
Remake the control rod.
I am the rogue thread.
Okay, that's done. Found some goods. Adamantine. Laboratory journal. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the lab chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts. Okay. So they went so crazy being near her that they cut their bellies open and strangled themselves with their guns.
Restless.
Lady Cassia's Medicae. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Tissue flask. Flesh sample? Data crypt interrogator. I have 3 different ones. Catalyst flask. Hold on. Okay, we've got a puzzle here. Do any of these say what needs to go in this? More and more servants are being influenced by the Immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winter Scale Dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Okay, do not use acid. Grind the crystal. Didn't I do that when I was messing around and I didn't know what I was doing? Crystal dust. Okay. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns the next dozen 2 turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Black water or biogel. One of those two. What's more basic? One more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H41OK. That. For the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. How do I turn the pages on these? When I mouse... hold on. Is it like right-click info? There we go. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism into Magos Deoctus' available hands. Okay, hold on. But what do we put in the tissue thing? The corrupted flesh of the mutated. Okay, so get that out. Mutated flesh. Data crypt connector. We want that one. Catalyst. It said not acid. So it's either, he said something basic. I don't know if biogel or black water is more basic, chat. I just quick saved. I'll put biogel in. Reagent is crystal dust. Turn on. Goods. Made 6 adaptive antidotes. Antidotes? Immunity to toxic damage and minus penalty to toughness until the end of combat. Okay. I've got some antidotes.
What lies beyond?
Maybe I did that right. What? It says there's loot like right next to me.
Patience.
Oh, it's this.
My nerves are frayed.
Warp Seer's goggle. Who's got the highest lore
my
warp?
canvas
40
and anarchy
30
is
30
my
30 he
brush.
does, but his eyes are already booked solid.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
I like that the loot shows up on the map like this. Okay.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Duty prevails.
Alright, quick save. Felix looks a little better, his tangled hair now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Thank you. I did not understand a single word. Adira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eyes. This is a Wendy's. Well, yeah, welcome to Chili's. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felix waves Adira off. Hand over the key. He exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, Road Trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now, but you've awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave this station together with the mistress, which is why I'm about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You too will be safe next to this charm. If you turn out to be a lousy navigator after all this effort, I will feed you to avoid Kraken. What do I get in return? You will get everything you wanted, a loyal navigator and the undying gratitude of House Orselio. Very well. You are going to need this charm. He hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. May the God Emperor's light be with you. Save the lady.
In this tapestry of a world.
There was the thing we read about everybody crying uncontrollably near her. That loops crying noise. Cassia, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs, stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood, which continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. She has gills? Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead. Really, that escaped my notice? Hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Willpower test failed. Oh dang, my guy's willpower based too. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crushing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow! As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her! Heresy! Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, her white hair veils her face. I thought she would just shoot her. 100% chance. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please, calm yourself. Oh, sorry, wait, hold on, my bad. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please, calm yourself. There we go. Persuasion succeeded. She wearily shakes her head. Okay, someone shoot that guy. It's too loud. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Mac van Lac van Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features, and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Muck von Luck. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Arcelio, the heavy-set old man who was kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child. Throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Arcelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one is so deranged it's making the Whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Esteemed whoever you are! Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Persuasion, 100%. At present, I am trying to figure out what is happening on Yurak 5. Succeeded. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. Who are you? You will call me your lordship. Mac van Lac van Valencius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our quarter of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Arcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. Wait, the guy downstairs said he was Lady Arcelio. What happened between you and Felic? Felic, my wayward student. He came to Yurak 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novators? What is it? Okay, hold on. A patriarch or matriarch that rules over a navigator house. Tisiphone Arcelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Felic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake. Very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite, if the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything for you. I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols, I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. I've had enough of this crap, I'm leaving. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea at the bright future. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Urselio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Adira mutters under her breath. What service do you ask? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Reagent Aronto, acting head of House Urselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden on her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. He shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is a Medicaid deck back on my ship. He shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urak 5 and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I've got a very strict dying schedule to keep. I have made my decision. Please share your thoughts. Alright, so you can kill Felix, say, she's too scary, you're gonna be my navigator. I'm bringing her to Felix. I'm killing you and Felix and bringing Cassia. She's the only one that's had a portrait so far. I feel like she's gonna have to be your navigator no matter how this ends. Like, she's got that main character no jutsu. Do you mind moving Chip's cam above the UI? Meh. It's tricky because the UI changes when we get into combat. But I'll do that for now. He's everyone's faces? No, he's a toupee. Felix sounds like a true monster. Let's do away with him together. He dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Urselio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Oh, we can level up. I was like, what? Okay. Choose a talent. We've already got Commanding Voice. Steel Resolve is increased by 3. Blood of Martyrs. When an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temp wounds. When an officer uses a ability, they give bonus to reception skill, plus skill equal to fail bonus. These stack, but half of the stacks are lost at the end of the target's turn. Inspire Courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, they gain willpower bonus temp wounds. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or attack, that ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's next turn. This affects tax. Oh. What does resolve do? Resolve influences how efficiently and for how long characters can fight in the battle. Determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. I guess I'll get Inspire Courage. Choose Fellowship or Willpower. Wait, I could choose any of these. I can't. I've been thinking that I could only choose these ones with the green thumb up. I guess that's just like they're recommended. I get Willpower. Okay. Abelard. You're currently only looking at recommended. What? Oh, you're right. Shoot. Thank you. Let's see. The warrior marks a target, gaining a plus 10 of toughness, armor, and shoots bonus melee attacks against the target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, gain plus 1 AP. Reckless smite. Ignores parry. Every enemy survives attacks and every ability will attack the warrior in return. Ooh. Forceful strike gathers all the strength for a crushing strike. Their next melee attack pushes the enemy away. Distance that push is equal to 1 plus strength. Screams at their enemies to draw their attention and becomes a priority target of any enemy who fails willpower test. What's the range on this? Breakthrough gains slash ability with agi bonus divided by 2 charges for this round. Cannot be used in the same round as charge. Warrior dashes through an enemy to the cell on the opposite of the enemy's side and makes a melee attack with 50% reduced damage. I like the idea of taunting scream. What is Carouse? The ability to resist negative effects such as poison, stimulators, or alcohol. Athletics. Could certainly be better. He actually has pretty low strength. It's just his toughness is really high. Alright. Tide of Excellence. You already have this feature. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, you gain plus 1 damage to the armor as target. Yep. Exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and weakness by -3. Fresh target. Whenever you attack an enemy that's full health, any attack does bonus damage. Instant exposure. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. If the target has 2 or more exploits, they get plus 1 exploit. On their first turn in combat, the operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits as when using analyze enemies among all enemies in a 10-cell radius from the operative. At the start of each of the operative's subsequent turns, they distribute half as many exploits, half the base amount among all enemies. 2-cell radius is pretty small. Sharpshooter. Does ballistics help when she's shooting lightning? All forms of ranged weapons. Something to be feared. That's it. I think it does. Let's see. Continuous analysis. At the start of the operative's turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional exploit. If 2 or more enemies are tied for the largest number of exploit stacks, one of them is chosen at random. Ooh, so much stuff. Luckily, the Asura small arms experts. Every time the Psyker does mental damage from any source other than Aftershock, the target suffers half as much mental damage at the end of its next turn. Other than Aftershock. Enemies that have taken damage from Psyker, at least one, suffer -20 penalty to all resistance tests against the Psyker until the end of combat. So Psyker suffers additional mental damage every time they suffer damage to the end of combat. Mind Thief. Anytime an enemy becomes the target of any particular Psyker ability for the first time, they get -5 penalty to end-to-end perception. And the Psyker's intelligence and perception increase by +2 till the end of combat. Pain Channeling doesn't have any psychic power, no damage and wounds. Vision of Doom. After every 6th use of a psychic power by the Psyker, enemies gain a stacking -5 penalty to all characters. 6 uses would take a while. That would take a bit. What is this? Every Perils of the Warp increases momentum by Psyker stuff. After triggering Psychic Phenomena or Perils first time each turn, the Psychic's next Psychic power costs -1 less action point. First time in combat that an ally becomes the target of the Psyker's Psychic ability, this ally gets +10 weapon. Wait, the first time in combat that an ally becomes the target of the Psyker's Psychic power, this ally gains +10 to weapon skill and ballistic until the end of combat. So if the first time I have control of her, if I put a buff on an ally, they get +10 to a skill for the rest of the fight. That's what it looks like. Second Sight have a range of 2 cells with range increase. Psyker psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by perception bonus. That could be really good. Range was her limiting issue in the previous fight. Also nice, Psyker can use damaging psychic powers while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke attacks of opportunity even without this talent. Let's get that. Less attacks of opportunity sounds nice. Why does it say int is guaranteed? Measurement knowledge and also fix lore, zoom Medicaid, and tech use. Willpower. Why is it recommending me ints? It seems like willpower is the main thing for her. Like maybe some perception, but it seems like willpower is the main ticket. Okay, last person in the party, Argenta, the Sister of Battle. I think the lightning is a ranged attack tied to a melee weapon. Yeah, it's part of the staff. Ballistic skill. Okay, five strong options. Dash, immediately dash in the selected direction, spending all movement points. Does not provoke attacks opportunity. Allows the soldier to dash through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. Controlled shot, gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Soldier gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Oh, so you could shoot through an ally's square to hit an enemy. Like the ally will get out of the way. Okay. Entrench, the soldier immediately spends all AP and MP and gains a 30% bonus to cover efficiency. The next time the soldier uses running gun, they gain back all AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all other soldier abilities except running gun. Concentrated fire. The next ranged area attack made by the soldier does more damage and has an additional dodge reduction. Rapid fire. Next burst attack will have its rate of fire doubled but do 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. Only works with weapons capable of burst fire. I like the idea of entrench, I think. So we'll get that. Okay, woo! Alright, so, quick save, and what's next? It's as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. While no one appears to be living in this cage, somebody still filled the trough and dried fruit with fresh water. The luxurious feast was left untouched.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
The Lady Navigator's
They
private
all
library is brimming
will
with essays,
see.
novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium. Which one gives you more DACA? I mean, I actually have been leveling up her,
Join me in prayer.
what is it, ballistics. So, yeah, we have been working on DACA, actually. And we just got her long-range laser rifle, and she's got a bolt gun. Oh, I hit the wrong button. What did I just hit? I think I hit quick load. I think I quick saved right after I did that last level up, so I think this just goes back like a few seconds. It's annoying. Yeah, just a misclick. Okay. Elevator. I'm assuming we're all going down there. Y'all ready for battle? It is about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come. Okay. Rogue traitor, you treasonous worm. I knew I should have killed you. That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am the savior of our house, and I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. He is prepared, and then he orders other people to charge in.
What an amusing attempt at
Okay, I like how
defiance.
he just shot him with a gun, and this guy just pulled his staff out very slowly. Like, boy, you messed up. Alright, there's a red area here. Not really sure what's going on there. Oh, that's... Oh, we're still in the placement stage. Okay, so we're, like, completely surrounded right now. F5. Start battle. Tides of time and space. Pistol shot. Visions of triumph. Soul gaze.
Faith shields me.
Dang, Argenta just lost half her health right at the start. Holy crap, she's almost dead. Once a character has suffered a certain number of injuries, these injuries are replaced with trauma. Great. That's awesome. Alright. Move here. Yeah, do that.
As the Emperor commands,
Medkit.
I act.
What? No! Friggin' medkit.
Injuries will not slow me.
Can we entrench? Okay. Oh, Cassie is conscious. Woo! Oh, she's got the spooky eyes. Wait, I get to go again? 72. What if I swap weapons? 95.
Doubt is for the weak.
Nice. I found this gun on your stuff, lol. Did you just shoot a wall? Oh my god, no wonder you guys were losing this war.
Open your eyes, or I'll...
Lady Cassia's guard commander just shot Cassia. You know he's gonna get fired for that. Oh, recovery, thank you. He so just lost his job. Let's see.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Dodge. What was this? Taunting scream. Eh.
At your beck and call.
Hit him with the old exterminatus. Doesn't that like nuke the whole planet? That seems a little extreme.
Anything else? But of course.
Oh, that arc to Abelard. I didn't know that was gonna do that. Oops.
No can do.
Sorry, buddy. Two damage. Ugh. Hi! Wait. Did that guy just shoot at Abelard, miss, and kill his own friend? I think that just happened, chat.
Duty prevails.
It's your bedtime? Alright. Chat, Muck Von Luck will be right back. Alright, Muck Von Luck is back. Let's see. Yes, see? Muck Von Luck. And then they gave me an extra name, and I didn't know they were going to, so his name now is like Muck Von Luck Von Valencio. He's Von. I don't even know what you just said.
What if...
Strength of arms on Abelard. Voice of command on...
A genius
Magenta.
at work.
And...
A wicked thought.
Bring it down. Giving her an extra turn. What is this? Deadeye shot. Hold on, how are these different? 14 to 20, 15 armor pen. 14, 20, 50 armor. Precise aim shot plus 50% bonus to the effective range of the weapon and 10% hit chance. Oh, it costs 2 AP. In this game, I'm not sure what the limit
Faith
is.
without deeds is worthless.
What if I put Vaughn between all the words? Muckluck, Vaughn, Bartholomew, Vaughn, Douglas, Vaughn, Reginald, Vaughn. Okay.
Eradicated.
Alright, she got that one.
I will not.
Furious Recital, just get some more momentum. Cassie is doing spooky stuff. Why is it her turn? I have no idea how she's getting all these turns.
None can escape the
37, dude, this gun is great. Dude, her guard commander just shot her again. He's so bad at his job. What? Why can't I move? Discolored visions.
That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. Victory! I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
Adira's turn. Is that the last enemy there? No, there's one over there too. Hold on. Move there. Can't reach with that. Can almost reach with that. Alright.
Anything
Give
else?
her a buff. Let's see. She won't have line of sight. She won't have line of sight.
Let's see.
Alright, stronger arms.
I won't sully myself with that.
Give her an extra turn. She blasts Felix with that big cone thing she does. Visions of Triumph. Soul Gaze. Wait. Oh, she can use Revel and Slaughter
God,
now.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
$17.
I'll
Use
do
run
it.
and gun and shoot again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Cassie's moving. I just noticed the gun she's using that's like so nice has 10 shots in the clip. So if this were a longer battle, she might actually run out. She is getting another turn. I swear, I don't know what's going on. She's getting so many turns. I mean, I guess it's like an apology since she almost died on turn 1.
I'll do it.
Alright, one enemy left, I think, is that guy. I just heard, because we were playing Age of Wonders, I just had the urge to be like, okay, well, this battle's pretty much won. I'm going to put it on auto. Theobald coughs up bluish blood. The armor plate on his chest is perforated in a few places.
Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Krotosti was asking your opinion regarding this game in BG3. Oh, sorry, thank you. Where was that? Should I, how does this hold up compared to Baldur's Gate 3? Will my expectation be too high if I use BG3 as a comparison? Krotosti, hello, nice to see you. As you can see, the story is mostly done via dialogue. You know, there are portraits, there is some voice acting, there is quite a bit of reading. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3 had, you know, like those cinematic cutscenes every time people had a conversation. So that is different. In my opinion, the storytelling is fine. I am enjoying it. The combat is quite good. You just saw an example of the combat. That fight was actually pretty easy because there was AI allies and an AI enemy. We were helping with like a mutiny type thing. But I spent 200 hours in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm very much enjoying this, but hopefully, you know, after watching it for a few minutes, you can kind of get a feel for if it would be something that you would like.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks at the navigator's body in bewilderment, and you are overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief.
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Forgive me the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment.
But this is my home. What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Okay, navigator acquired. Alright, select everybody, group up. Loot Theobald now that she's not looking.
What lies beyond?
It does seem to be that you don't have to deal with weight in this game, so that's cool. I'm just gonna loot everything and then look at what I got once it's all in my bag.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Frayed. Navigator, Staff of Arcelio Guardian. In allies targeted by Navigator powers, gain +5 bonus to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. This bonus stack and is prolonged to the Navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Okay, so that's a Navigator item. Deadshot Snub Revolver. 7 to 12 HP. Okay, so that's an upgrade.
Even I
oh wait,
won't
can I
do
not use
that.
that? Oh, requires 35 strength. Another Navigator staff. Lasgun. Ritobi pattern lasgun? Auto gun. Oh, I'm trying to read that. Okay. Is that an upgrade? This guy uses his gun a little bit. Lasgun 5 to 7, 10 range. Seems like this is better. Oh, wait. Like that. Okay. Back to the ship. It always just shoots to 90% and then takes a long time to get to 100. It's like those old Windows installations. My chair turning around like a supervillain. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uruk 5 long before we ever met. I mean, I just got this ship 5 minutes ago. It is truly you, Muck Von Luck, the person the whole Expanse and Calixtus sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. For that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. He knows what to serve me for breakfast. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Tell me more about what this ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of the navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light. The guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? She gestures towards the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. I shall ensure all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. She nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. A few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. I mean, you opened it during the battle back there, and you blasted people like 4 times. They did die. It did some damage, but you know. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Oh, that's what her full portrait looks like. It's cropped in the little frame. We usually see it. Okay, so I guess we've done with Yurak. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. The low sob of the servant. The rhythmic drip of liquid on the canvas. She was so grateful to have Uwe. Does Uwe like his job? The faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails. An umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. And the sun's pale disk goes on tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. Voxmaster Vigdis. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. 5 lashes. Oh my god. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. Maybe we should have gotten the servants out of there before you opened your freaking kill eye? The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue traitor, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around, my brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to cover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station Yurak 5. Let's see. That wasn't her third eye, she just had a really mean glare. Oh, geez. I have Space Marines, Talgenes, called Army and Max. I have parts of other armies as well. Are we talking about actual physical Warhammer in chat? Had you opted to begin your visit to the Reinkin system with a different designation, the system could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Urak 5, so keep him in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Vigdis. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Okay, so we've got 5 things. Whee! Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Did you finish the other Warhammer game, the tactical? Sigmar. Yes. Yes, Star, and I actually did a review video on that. It's one of the most recent videos on the main channel, if you would like to see it. Took Noxxi about a week to prepare that one. A lot of work went into that one. Bow.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of the sloth or a dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. Point at the book in Cassia's hands. I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand, her eyes filling with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. I hope that you will have... wait. Oh, hold on a sec. I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis Nobilite.
Oh, that's how we say that?
I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain.
You have to exhaust all of these, I guess?
Like a shawl of pale smoke. A faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Fellow feeling?
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
How is a navigator brought about, Mark? Jackals, none of the other Warhammer games I have played thus far had navigators that I know of, so I don't know much about them. Apparently they plug into the ship, they have a third eyeball on their head, and it is very violent when anyone is around them when they open that eye, and it allows them to see through the warp being like basically hell. And so when the ship goes through the warp, the navigator is what keeps them from basically, you know, getting lost. However, the navigator has to be able to look into hell and keep their eyes open and not be taken over by demons and stuff the whole time they're doing it. Which seems really, really similar to the Psychers, but apparently navigators are somehow special. And like, she's got a third eye, she's got longer limbs than normal, she's got claws on her hands. So there's not much more I know than that. Seems like you can try to open a romance option with her, but like, I just met her. Beast Girl, 10 out of 10. Beast Girl? I don't know, the Sister of Battle. She kicks butt and takes names. I like her too. Ah, sure, why not? I am beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words.
Yes, I am very sincere.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
One of the options is I would rather find amusement with you in my chambers. Yeah, we just met. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me? Oh my god. I understand what you are going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private.
I mean, Ube's right there.
When I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Then I moved to Bel Air. My life got turned upside down. Let's go to my chambers. Dude, every dialogue option is like, giggity giggity goo. If I may be so bold as to presume, my subjects must have found themselves overcome by your rare beauty, as I have.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Oh, I should have hit the giggity button. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and exits the room. And blip, she just vanishes. Where are we? Goods. Is this the book on how to, Dude, there is literally a book on how to talk to ladies. Oh my gosh. An admirer who seeks the favor of a refined lady is well advised to maintain pointed courtesy and finesse in his every deed. An honorable admirer will never defile a noble lady's ears with crude or indecent words, and neither will he allow himself conduct that could besmirch her honor and dignity. Above all, the admirer should remember that a relationship begins with the right choice of words. Shower your lady with compliments that will accentuate her finest qualities without putting her in a position of discomfort. A word chosen elegantly and spoken with genuine warmth may bring about a change in the lady's eyes as she looks upon you. Once your interaction has grown more intimate, always be sure to remember the simple rules of etiquette. For example, should the lady drop her handkerchief, the deepest expression of sympathy for her would be to perform the following gesture. Pick up the handkerchief, wait a brief moment, then bring the handkerchief to your lips and touch it lightly before returning it to the lady. What, you gotta kiss the mud that was on it when it was off the ground? This noble gesture will assure the lady of the seriousness of your intentions. Remember that the flower bud of true feelings takes time to blossom. Patience, loyalty, and impeccability in adhering to the decorums of the nobility is key to earning the lady's favorable disposition. Chat, let me tell you about talking to ladies. Had a, today at 5 p.m., I got an email that said, your package was delivered successfully. And I'm not going to say what it was, because I don't know if she's in earshot. But it was a Christmas present that I had ordered for Lady Luck. And I was like, what? They just delivered it? So she's in the living room. I walk past her, go to the front door, and it's dark outside. And I open the door, look down, there it is. And I pick it up, put it under my arm, walk back in, and walk back past her to my office. And she's like, what are you doing? Because I go outside quite rarely. And I went outside, which got her attention, and I came back with a box. And I responded, minding my business. You should too. Master of romance. And then she just looks at me confused for a few seconds, and then she's like she kind of got it. She kind of got it. She's like, oh, okay, it's close to Christmas. I shouldn't stop asking questions. How's your head not rolling on the floor? Because I was holding a gift for her, and she knew it. She figured it out. Oh, I remember this room. In chapter 1, we fought here. We fought some enemies in here. Oh man, those bloodstains came right up. Did you see him just do a loopy-loop? What's that? Oh, there's the lady we just got. So we haven't met that person, and that person, I don't think. Or wait, no. Is that our current warrior guy? That might be our warrior. When do we get the friggin' Viking Marine? Oh, look, there she is. She's a character. Alright, so... Voice of command, bring it down, finest hour. The officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there's no attack limit, finest hour. Alright, so she's an officer like my main guy. All creatures in a cone of the navigator suffer 11 to 14 damage. The affected targets must also pass a 30 bonus willpower resistance test or become stunned. Okay. Can I see her weapon? Enemies started with the navigator powers. Get my all characters start navigators next to it. Stacks is drained every time the start navigator's powers. Okay, so there's nothing like the lightning arc on her. Can a navigator use a psychic staff, or can she only use a navigator staff? Yeah, they said she was really long. Look at her. Like, that's how tall my guy is. That's how tall she is, and then that's her. And she's like hunched a bit too. So she joins the party. I don't know. We get another officer, but she does. We lose the chain lightning thing if we don't have her in the party. Yeah, she cannot use a Psyker Staff. I was wondering if she could dual wield Psyker Staff and Navigator Staff. Doesn't look like it. So we got that. Persuasion. Bring it down. She's like almost a copy of my character, but not quite the same. Inspire Courage. Finest Hour. Choose characteristic. Willpower. Does she generate warp crap? Oh god, what is all this? Course Untraveled. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power that hasn't been used in combat, gets +2 perception. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffers bonus additional damage from warp damage. The bonus stacks with each hit. Ebb and Flow. Every even, second, fourth, etc. Dude, they had to explain what even meant. Every even, second, fourth, etc. turn, the navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, she gets +20 perception. Okay. Eye of Oblivion. Every enemy the navigator hits in their line of sight has its dodge chance and hit chance reduced. Wait, every enemy that navigator has in her line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced. That's pretty cool. Just for them being within her field of view? Their offense and defense goes down. That's pretty nice. Navigator Path powers deal +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristics of the navigator currently equipped staff. Castigating, Infusing, and Devastating count as characteristics for this talent. Mastery of Time. Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. So if I had 2 officers, I could do this twice every round. So that could be crazy combined with my main character, who is also an officer. Mind over Matter makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it is higher than the base characteristic for any test. If the navigator's willpower is higher than their toughness, the navigator's wounds are calculated according to willpower. Again, that's really good. Oh my god. Enemies affected by the navigator's abilities suffer -10 penalty to the next resistance test. Pass unscathed. If perception is higher than agility, their dodge is calculated with perception. Again, that's really good.
Hey, look, it's the
dude. There's a
tree
bunch
of
of things here
birds.
she can get, and then just like focus on just like one stat. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator ability, Veil Degradation is reduced by -1. Navigator heals willpower bonus wounds at the beginning of every turn, and gains +1 additional wound for every navigator talent taken. The healing increases by +1 for every creature killed. This is regeneration? Bro, what? Her skills are the coolest of any I've seen so far. Enemies moved by the navigator's abilities suffer willpower bonus damage at the end of movement. This damage is increased by +2 for every cell the enemy moves. Threads and faults. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test against a navigator power, attacks against them gain bonus crit hit chance. Stacks until a crit. Unblinking Stare. Until the end of combat, enemies damaged by the navigator suffer additional bonus damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge attacks of opportunity. Undam the Sea of Souls. While under effect of any navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced. This reduction is increased by the devastating parameter of the navigator staff. Under my protection, allies that are targeted by the navigator's abilities gain +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects, daemons, psychic powers, navigator powers, etc. until the end of combat. The effect stacks with every applied navigator ability. natural allure. The navigator gains +5 to fellowship and an additional +1 to fellowship for every navigator talent and or navigator power taken. Navigator gains +5 fellowship. Veil of Protection. Allies targeted by the navigator's powers gain 10% armor. The additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation and increased by infusing of the currently equipped staff. Guide of Souls. Start all turns, including extra turns, with +3 movement points. The first ally targeted each turn by the navigator with a single target ability gains the same amount of additional movement points at the start of their next turn. Okay, for now, I'm going to get Eye of Oblivion, or anything in her field of view is slightly worse dodge and hit chance. Okay, and then we got to choose a characteristic. Can we pick those same things here? What was the thing where... Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains stacking +5 willpower. Yeah, let's do that. And more willpower. Okay. I think next time I set out, I'll try leaving her behind, and I'll bring the melee guy, the 2 officers, and her, and we'll give her lots of extra turns with her new laser gun. The snipey one, and see how that goes. Alright, quick save, so that's all done. Despite the fact that it's called Rogue Trader, I haven't met a merchant yet. I don't know if I will. I assume I will at some point. I've got like a ship's hold full of loot, and I've got like 50 guns from people I fought. Okay, we were going there. Voxmaster, Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wessarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. Random Warhammer question. Does anyone know why the Sisters of Battle all have white hair, even when they appear to be quite young in some cases? Don't get me wrong, it's cute AF. I'm just wondering if there's lore behind that. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. Let's see. I believe they dye it to better resemble one of their saints. Most sisters don't have white hair. It's only one order that does that, and it's because the order's founder, Dominica, lost the color when she witnessed the Emperor. The Order Martyred Lady is also like the Ultramarines of the SOBs. Pretty sure they dye it white because of their original saint. Okay, so one of them saw the Emperor and said her hair turned white, and so the others dye their hair white because of her. Alright. Looks good. You may speak, but I want a report, not a shouting match. Having 2 officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought the drastic times called for drastic measures, she exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wersarion and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard and then at you. Where does Seneschal Wersarion come into this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Wersarion. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink, she says bitterly. Now there is a strike force on the lower deck, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rot-gut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. How did this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. This is a good time to point out to anyone who's new to this franchise. These ships are like the size of cities. Like, there are thousands of people on this ship. So it is very normal he's like never been to sections of the ship. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish the workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if Rogue Trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the Rogue Trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve the problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Oh my god. Abelard, what do you have to say in this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. Is there a middle ground? I am certain my seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. Thank you for your support. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist I escort you. Chat. It has you pick who's going to join you. That means we're probably going to have a fight. Yo, wait, I thought you could only have a 4-person party. It's a 6-person party game? Okay. Well, if I'm picking this, there's going to be a riot, probably. I thought you only had 4 people. It's been a while since I played the Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous games. Do you guys remember if those were 4 or 6? Maybe you unlock more? Well, I knew I'd unlock more options, but I thought the party size was 4. So I thought that once I had more than 4 people, just like oh my god, Baldur's Gate, you know, you would just leave the remainder in camp, sort of. Quick save. Hey, it's Rorsarian. Take that, scum. This is all his fault, all of it. Now he's covered in poop. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture and a telling one. A rare moment where he allowed his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I deeply regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
We should deal with this.
A container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. It won't let me click on the valve.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Ah, no. Open the door. I like how their name is Lower Deck Rabble. Nobles from the upper decks here to see us. Yeah, man, you're special. Keep up the great work. Kingmaker was 6-man party.
Time amidst the madness.
Whoa, what? I was clicking as this happened. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrila Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and is now reaching a boiling point. I have my orders. Put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You could take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. 2 of the 3 are behind you. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your lordship! Noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. I will speak to them. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Imagine if I went down there and then I was just like, Navigator, open your eye. Cast FU in their general direction. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. Yo, it's just 12 people? The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. You, sir, you're hideous. Our children are freezing. We've done nothing wrong and we're being punished. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be their leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here, like that one that the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who have just about had enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness succeeded. Their words seemed sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What is troubling you? Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole base for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and who's had no fellow feeling toward us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here, we're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What is that? The Gyugyu they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said that they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh, snap! Oh yeah, those boots really were fine. And there were no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets down here. We all worship the Emperor. So when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. Time to go to church, they go worship the radiator. The same way my grandfather taught us 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, I was just after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbor? What changes do you want? Would you look at that? This exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, quit turning off the heat, and stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves, and we'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let us, the maggots on the lower decks, live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the day is out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets around, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Coercion 40, 85% chance. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. Success! The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen, listen! The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, Old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up, and it's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers and give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave are you against an old woman, but I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. You'll all be eliminated. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultist. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. How buggy is this game on a scale from 1 to Owlcat games? I don't think have I encountered any bugs yet, chat? I'm not remembering any. Oh wait, there was one single graphical bug. I saw someone holding a gun like this, but it fired forward and it was pointed at the ceiling one time. I remember that. Aside from that, I'm like 8 or 9 hours in, and I've not really had issues. Is there anything else over here to check out? Unplayable. Absolutely unplayable.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
This page is where the start of each shift is marked. The last mark is missing. The workers went on strike.
What lies beyond?
Honestly, this team has me thinking about Star Trek. Because it's like, every time they would like land on a planet or something, the captain and the second in command, it is like the head engineer, the head doctor will all go down to the planet.
Here. Some Bezos bucks muck.
Like, we have way too many important people in our squad that goes out and about, right? The navigator, the captain, the second in command. Like, if we get wiped out, it's over for this show. Jade Annabelle, thank you for the prime, or thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Welcome. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtow to the disloyal rabble. You believe their lies and show them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they'll see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the son of Valancius Protectorate? Let's talk about your role in this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, he says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Oh my god, some of these answers. So this one, maybe if she had done better, she wouldn't be dead. I would be only too willing to trust my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. His face relaxes slightly. You're right. At least this concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. You're standing in the poop again. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. He speaks slowly, the words not coming easily. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left everything I had ever known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, to scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Okay, let's see. It would be very easy to just, like, burn my relationship with this guy to the ground right now. Let me see what we've got. Alright, so as you go down, it gets more and more mean. Alright. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have decisions to make. He solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, yes.
They all will see.
Dude, choosing the mad voice is, it's like whenever he chooses to actually talk, it's so long and over the top. What was that voice? It was the male mad voice. That's your character? Yeah, that was my character. Oh, they will see. Oh, do we level up again? Oh my god, everyone leveled up. Okay. Get back in the fight. The officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxic, and stun effects. If the target's under the effects of voice of command, they also gain temp wounds. Air of Authority. Increase an ally's resolve by 2+ resolve until the end of combat. Immediately gain an ally additional movement. Fellowship bonus. What's my fellowship bonus? 4. Break their ranks. Can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to Fellowship, multiplied by the number of adjacent enemies. If the target is under the voice of command, they immediately make an attack of opportunity against an adjacent enemy. Take aim. The target's next attack will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. If the target's under the effect of Voice of Command, this attack will ignore enemy dodge. Additionally, the damage from this attack can't be reduced below % per near. So this is kind of cool. A double aim. So I could like do take aim on her, and then use bring it down and give her a turn where she could just shoot through a wall and hit somebody in some cases. Divination, Biomancy. You already have this feature. Telepathy. Regen. Requires Invigorate or Enfeeble and Psi rating 2. Enfeeble. Until the end of combat, all targets within the area suffer a penalty to strength and agility and increases all incoming damage. Invigorate restores wounds to the target. If this ability also brings the target to full wounds, it will remove stunning, bleeding, fatigue, blinding, immobilize. Okay, so we got a healing ability. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I originally chose this character to be a healer, so I'm going to get Invigorate. Okay, so now we gotta pick another thing here. Describe soul. The first cycle use each turn, a stabilizing factor. Okay. Alright. Cassie. What up, girl? Alright, so she's got similar stuff. She's got some extra stuff, too. Waking Nightmare. All enemies within a 4-cell radius suffer penalty to willpower and toughness till the end of combat. Notch of Purpose. Target point within a 12-cell radius. Navigator designates a square. The enemy closest to that square immediately moves up to 4 cells towards it. If multiple enemies are the same distance from that point, all of them move. The targets move even if they're stunned or immobilized. Stop hiding behind cover. Move out of that. Move out there. Okay. Touch of Anger. All enemies in a 1-cell radius around the target must pass a willpower test. Those who fail immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. Every time an enemy becomes the target of this Navigator power again during the same combat, they gain stackable bonus to resisting it. That sounds awesome. Hold in my gaze. Resistance. Reveal the light. Target gains bonus to willpower and toughness till the end of combat. Glimpse of Fate. Targets increase hit chance on the next attack. Dodge on the next dodge. Dodge on the next dodge. I'm gonna get the thing to try to make enemies hit each other. And then we picked something here. And then she had a lot of cool stuff down here. If willpower is higher than toughness, your wounds are calculated based on willpower. Mind over matter. Get that. Okay. And we got our soldier. Ballistic. Why is that in red? What does that mean? I'm confused. So can I not get ballistic? I do not know why. You already have this feature. Okay. I guess I'll get agility. Okie dokie. While under 40% health, Imperial World soldiers get a +10 bonus to all characteristics and +2 to resolve. That's not bound. Character training. Ballistics, a +5 to ballistic skill. We could get the dual weapon combatant. Heavy weapon proficiency. Reduces strength required for heavy weapons by 25. Allows them characters to use melta weapons. Allows characters to use plasma weapons. I haven't seen... I saw a Melta weapon that was like a short-range flamethrower. I guess for now... There was that one fight we had where she almost died on turn 1, so I guess I'll get better to die for the Emperor. Alright, Psyker Lady. New thing... What is all this? Precise attack. For the next attack against the target affected by exploit, the target cover efficiency reduced by 5. Joint analysis. Until their next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal more damage. Perfect spot. While in cover, the operative gains plus 25% cover efficiency, plus perception, and plus ballistic skill. Lasts until you move. Let's see. Intimidation. The what's this? Meltas are very high armor piercing and short range. Thanks to the stream, Muck. Take care. You too, Ares. So is a Melta just like a flamer? Or is that like, is a flamer a Melta, but there's other Meltas? Tactical knowledge. Operative removes 1 exploit from each enemy. If there's only 1 enemy in the area, the operative removes all exploits from that enemy. Creates an area that lasts until the start of the Psyker's next turn. All allies within that area gain dodge. Prescience. Dominate. Sensory deprivation. Biomancy. Pyromancy. Santic powers. Mind Rupture requires telepathy. Why can't I get this? Psi rating 3, Mind Bond, or Psychic Assault. Dominate or Sensory Deprivation. So it's Dominate, attempts to make an enemy move as close to you as possible. Sensory Deprivation tries to blind enemies. This is all fine. I don't really love any of it. Let's get a Pyromancy. Logic, tech use, awareness. Tech use 30. Sure, tech use. Okay. Soldier guy. Or not soldier guy, what is he? Warrior guy. Toughness. Definitely toughness. He's our #1 guy for getting hit in the face. Let's see. Get into cover, get off me. Allows Navy officer to use ranged weapon in threatened areas, not going to be pro and push them back. Perfect timing. Scatter. Do not falter. Not reacting to the Game Show Awards. I've actually never seen the Game Show Awards in my life. I've always just like read a paragraph of information after they're over. Oh, they won this, they won that. Okay, cool. Not a brag or anything, I'm just not drawn to do it. Will not die. Like, I don't even know who gives the awards. Like, who chooses who wins. Like, EA? Enemies gain no melee. What is melee superiority? In melee combat, any target surrounded by more allies than enemies receives a +10 weapon skill bonus. Oh, so if he's surrounded. Okay, I mean, he's going to be in melee as often as possible, so I'll get that. Okay. Woo! Alright, quick save. I didn't know you could watch Game Show Awards. I thought you just read about it the next day. Yeah, me too. That's what I thought. I mean, I remember there was like a game show thing or something where we heard about Elder Scrolls Like the next Elder Scrolls after Skyrim, and that was like 5 years ago, and nothing ever happened. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you've been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. Oh my god, what? You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not, you are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if on its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunrad Voigtvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold, the dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop! I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf in your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. I am the sword's master, not its servant. Remember that. You feel the sword's immense weight pulling you down. You resist its will for a moment longer before collapsing to the ground to the sound of odious laughter. The strain is such that you fear your back could break at any moment. Vogue, the first dawn, is hereby woven into the tapestry of your fate. Seek the second dawn in the hands of she who rises above its future dominion. The former aspirant fell, and thus the new one will become the chosen of the Weaver of Destinies. Make mortals serve you as their god, and become the vessel of the Edge. You should know about the Edge! You awaken from your vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. This thing's dangerous. Get rid of it. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head to the nearest airlock to be claimed by the Void. Get this crap out of here. Not controlling me. I'm gonna charge my own destiny. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. It's saying WOG. The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted, and the winner was never determined. The fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light around it. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing, but you've never seen many of these articles before. Goods. Cracked data slate. Goods. Unfinished letter. What is this? His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Kunrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have been seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whisperers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Voigtvir was supposed to be an heir also. Interesting. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. You read very well. I bet you're in the top reading group in elementary school. Thank you. Don't want to brag or anything, but I was 30th in my class. Alright, quick save. We've been interrupted flying to this next planet like 4 times. Scam. Can I just bring everyone? I think this might be where the alpha started, because we played the Rogue Trader alpha, and like you didn't really get to design your character at all. It was just already set up. And I remember the lady with the eye on her head that had the cone attack. She was in the party at that point, and it was like a big starport. And they told us it wasn't at the beginning of the game because they didn't want to ruin too much. It was just like a random spaceport. This might be it. Is that my ship? Or just a ship? Why are they shooting each other? I think we've come at a bad time. The starport greets you with the din of ordnance, and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who's firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happened to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it. And on a shuttle like that, where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the holy throne, what is this mess? Yadira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. I am the rogue traitor Muck von Luck von Valencius. I forgot my name for a moment. Give me a status report this instant. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks. My mistake, sir. At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant. A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, he turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lass Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First, the lower levels sparked, and it went up to the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, and the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Reich and Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Cassia lets out a sorrowful sigh. You may continue your report, peasant. She calls him a peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priest linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. You do character voices too? I'm just having fun with it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out any minute. What caused this rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The grounds keeps shaking, things keep exploding, the people are scared, they've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those, Emperor, forgive me, preachers came. They started riling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming, more and more of them. I cannot leave you and your people without aid. Reinforcements will be sent from my ship. I live to serve, Sergeant Malgar. The sergeant is so astonished he only barks out the mandated words of gratitude after a non-mandated lengthy pause. We won't fail. We won't forget. We'll be praying to the Emperor for you, your lordship, sir. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. I'm going to see the shuttle. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders for them to wait for you. I'll inform headquarters they'd better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Idira frowns at her gaze as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight to my last drop. What, tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name Amarant or Amarnat or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a corridor of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. Is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me there? The sergeant sighs heavily. All of our roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in the rebels' hands. The city is almost lost, so no help will come. We are surrounded by rebels. And watch your steps, sir. The streets are chock full of mines. His remark about landmines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you will need to watch the ground and not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel or a jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of some 300 grams of explosive feist line. Amaranth? That's streamer. Good soldier, Malgar. I will see that your heroism is rewarded. He blushes slightly. I live to serve! Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Rumors. On your travels, you may hear rumors. Those of them that are deserving of the road trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumors are just that. Other times, there's truth to them. And in some cases, there may be even more. To verify a rumor, travel to the place indicated in the rumor's description. While traversing the Coronis Expanse as the Rogue Trader, you are bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds and exploits, some of which reflect on the reaction of the Expanse's denizens to the choices you make.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Good night, Gregor. Curiosity. Let's see. Goods back here.
One step at a time amidst the madness. Oh, what a glorious
Cassia's abilities.
Of your
Cassia is an
demise.
officer and your ship's navigator. She strikes foes with the energies of the warp and supports the party by making her allies stronger. Voice of Command is an officer ability that increases ally characteristics for 1 round. Also allows the officer to use the other officer archetype abilities on that ally from any distance. The higher the officer's fellowship bonus is, the more the target's characteristics are increased. An officer can use Voice of Command again on the same ally only after 2 rounds have passed since its first application. I know, I have an officer. And there's a... I wonder if those are destructible. No, it just says cover. And you can quick save, so I'll save it here and start the battle. The unrighteous have come to take all we have from us. Stand united, my brethren, to battle! He shot at me. The shot went through his own dude, cut him in half, clipped this guy, wounded him, And missed. This is Guild Wars 2 PvP all over again. This is a 4v6. Okay. Whose turn is it? Let's see, Ignite. Game Warp Burn. Is it the end of their turn? Let's see. How do I want to do this? So it looks like I could just kill him.
Was it you? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Dude, she's like Roy Mustang now. Alright, forewarning on Abelard. I should have used this earlier. Analyze enemies. Cassia. Lidless Stare. All creatures in a cone in front of the navigator suffer a bunch of damage. She's got to get closer for that. Touch of Anger. So you choose an area and the enemies might hit each other there in that area. This is out of range. Okay. Let's try... Voice of Command on Argenta. Bring it down on Argenta.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Ooh! Oh, they're going to be gluing you back together. In hell!
As the Emperor commands,
Hail Lord
I
Muck.
act.
Hey,
Muckluck dancing, Muckluck dancing, Muckluck hype.
OGK, thank you for the Prime, buddy. I appreciate the support. Welcome. Keeping me in business. Oh my. Okay. He hit Abelard once, but his own dude like 3 times. Alright, we got a few things here. We're gonna do Invigorate to heal him. And she's already got Voice of Command, so I can't do that. Alright, give Abelard this.
Schemes.
And then bring it down on her. She's like, why is everyone barking orders at me? Alright, hold on. If she does this, is that gonna go through Abelard? It looked like it might.
I'll do it.
Okay, we're okay. We're okay.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Alright, got some damage off. Alright, use
I will
Endure.
do my duty.
Oh, the Sergeant's gonna help us. Glad I gave him such a rousing speech earlier. One dead, one wounded. She can now use Revel and Slaughter.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I think I should have used Run and Gun first.
Doubt is
But it's
for the
fine.
weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Argenta's the goat. Well, she's got 2 officers spamming extra turns on her right now, so she's getting like 3 attacks per turn instead of 1. This guy just killed his own friend. Holy crap. Adelard is in trouble. Jesus.
I'll be back.
I don't even know what happens when
Blessed are
someone's
those who
unconscious.
sacrifice for
Head
the
trauma.
Imperium.
Why did I not see this?
They cannot be resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma, which can be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other locations.
What is this foreboding? But of course.
Should have done that before I attacked to keep messing that up. Argenta, bring it down.
I'll do it.
Nice. Revel in combat again. I don't know what her stats are now, but she is just stacking this up. We've never had 2 stacks of that. I didn't even know you could do 2 stacks of that.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Momentum. That's honestly not going to help.
Emperor, give me strength.
Emperor, deliver us.
Did that? Oh, I guess that hit Cassie. Alright, invigorate on her.
What if?
Feel better! Bring it down on Argenta again. She can't hit him from there? Oh, she can hit this guy.
Emperor commands,
Maybe.
I act.
Ooh. Oh, I guess because it went through the cover. Dang.
Doubt is for the weak.
Run and gun.
This is unacceptable.
Misclick.
None can escape the
Nice.
Emperor's judgment.
Wait, what was that? Oh, that was the momentum thing. Gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2. Using the weapon attack is plus AP. She's not in attack range to hit anything right now, I fear. Yeah, buff this guard's arm. It'll give him some temporary hit points, I think. I don't want to be out in the open, but...
Guided by
77% chance to kill this guy. If it doesn't work... Okay, cool. I was gonna say, if it doesn't work, I'm out in the open, and I don't like that.
I'll do it.
But Revel in Slaughter a 3rd time. We're getting all those bonuses 3 times. We've never had that.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I think that's the last one. Ouch. Adira. Having trouble seeing under this thing. If we go there, can you hit him? Yes. No. No, she can't. Okay. What if you just go there out in the open? Can you hit him? No. Go there? Really? Alright, what's the range of this? What? Jeez. What if we move there? Okay, I can hit him with a attack. Alright, he's on fire. Wait, what? Perils of the Warp. What? The warp meter is so low. Dude, Argenta just like passed out or fell down or something? Dang it, I keep forgetting to use Analyze before I attack. Ah.
Do not dare ask. If only that were
Target
possible.
is too far? Okay, hold on. Alright, go cast Bring It Down on Adira, who we know is in attack range. And ignite him again. Alright. That is the first time we've had someone go downstate.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate
Head
treatise
trauma.
on
Int,
Tactica Imperialis,
perception, willpower,
weigh
and
every
fellowship
step.
reduced by 15.
Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Let's see. That is a lot of random stuff. Look at this. We've already got auto loot. Shaipash would be so jealous.
I am the rogue friend.
So I can't get back on my ship from here, I guess. I was gonna just go get on my ship to cure the trauma and then come back. Doesn't look like I can.
What lies beyond?
Some more stuff. Is this game like XCOM? In combat, definitely some similarities. When you're not in combat, though, it's a lot of storytelling.
Oh, yes.
Like Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate, stuff like that. Lore check.
Genius triumph.
Written on the side of the shuttle in pilot's lowly slang are the words, "Do not touch." A shipment... What'd it say? Increase the range of all officer type abilities by 1 cell. Ooh, I will totally touch.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Give it to her. Ooh, just like... what is this? Carapace chest plates. That's an upgrade for her. What does he have? He's using medium. Shock baton ×4. Is that an upgrade from his sword? 10 to 15. No, probably not. What's up? How's the game, brother? Hi, Deathwish. I'm enjoying it greatly so far.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Your trophies have been packed in cargo. A blind Madwoman. Lucky Jasper. Oh god, what is he doing? Folks, how about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? I think you shot before you warned them. Gain true vision, renounce false sight, all will be Whoa, what? Did my... What? One of my people shot that guy. What? Why are my people killing these people? The young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on official orders. The young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. What exactly were you doing here on your own? Following Governor Madiah's special instructions. Namely, he grits his teeth with a pained expression, furrowing his brow. Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. 100% persuasion. What if what you know is priceless intelligence, and you were to die before you could relay it to anyone? Well, that would make me a saboteur and a traitor, wouldn't it? Yes, you're right. This is an emergency. Why did they send you to the starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes, and how should I put it? Assess the situation. The planet's a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into the Vox net and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Rakati Philia, the prison planetoid. The Urak 5 station is silent. Oh, I handled that. Although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch, I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or the captain here who could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. Awareness test succeeded. He stops talking, a little too abruptly. There's something you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? He looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. Excuse me. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Rikidi Philia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back, and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off. Don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and I broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Void Ship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there's always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. I hope no harm comes to her. The Emperor protects, my lord. If someone you love is in trouble right now, may he protect them too. Brutally maim him. I will punish you for disclosing classified information. What? No! Jesus! To brutally maim him is an option. Holy crap. That's like at the beginning of Baldur's Gate when you just cut off Gale's hand. I am looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who has arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? Jaspar's face quickly turns gray as he says, I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing affairs of the Inquisition. Who is Yvain Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable scion of blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rhinecat system. At the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle? Well, his illustrious relative, Lord Yvain, took up residence on Rhinecat Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out. You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. Tell me about Urak 5. There's not much anyone could tell you about it. The station belongs to the Navis nobility themselves. Emperor knows what they're up to up there, or who even who even lives there? They scorn ordinary folk. Only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Yvain Winterscale. I'm expecting, because we've got one of them in our group, I was expecting her to say something. It is beginning to sound like he's complaining. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with servants from Rhinecat Minoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? No, they keep killing the old servants. Except, I've never met anyone who's ever served there. It's like no one ever comes back. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving a navigator house, and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honor, one that few could bear. Yeah, there she is. I was like, is Cassie gonna say something? Only now does Jaspar notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods nervously. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? He mumbles evasively. Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. Persuasion 50. I won't tell anyone. Persuasion succeeded. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. Words come flying at the rate of a stubber fire. Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Ricadians, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious. They should know no fear. And their attacks are so precise, it's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. Their command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can even see into the future, and now she's the real danger. Adira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I could tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain's involved. And brutally maim him. Forbin, thank you for the prime, buddy. Appreciate you. No more questions. Jaspar, it was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice chatting to someone normal. I must take my leave. You're right. We shouldn't stay here or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Quick save. That's a fight.
Another annoyance.
Show them no mercy.
Alright. How are we doing this? quick save in case this goes terribly. This time I'm not going to send the melee guy forward. I'm going to try to kill them as they come toward me if I'm able. Whoa!
I'm still standing.
Jesus. That was a few hits right off the bat. Can we do a piercing round through? That might hit 2 of them. Make it so. Killed the first one, missed the second. Alright, run and gun.
I refuse.
No, you don't.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Okay. Cassia. Voice of command on Argenta.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Bring it down. Fire King says, how does this compare to Wrath of the Righteous? Gameplay, story feel, etc. I mean, like Pathfinder, there are sections that's heavy with story. There's a lot of reading and talking and stuff like that. And then there's other sections like this with combat, as you can see here. I personally am very much enjoying myself. It is, of course, Warhammer and not fantasy in the way that Pathfinder is. Pathfinder's like, you know, swords and magic. Bad example. This game also has swords and magic, but you know what I mean. Swords, magic, and dragons. This is spaceships. I'm very much enjoying myself. Let's use Revel in the Slaughter for some permanent stat bonuses. And then try to...
I will
no?
not.
Are they not in... Okay. We can hit that guy.
None can escape the Emperor's
Alright, nice. Good
judgment.
snipe. Alright, does she have multiple weapons? She does have a blaster. Strike. Yeah. Alright. That's not
Isn't
much,
this a job for the serfs?
A job for the serfs. Let's see. Oh, is it? Oh, the scream is like a cone. Okay.
It will be done.
Alright, just do endure and then wait there.
Anything else?
Check for weaknesses. Oh, they're in chain lightning range. You're not gonna like this. 2 of them died. Forewarning on him.
Just a minor setback.
What? Okay, so there was a warp trimmer when she cast that and it knocked Cassia down. There's barely any veil degradation right now, so I'm really surprised. Oh my god! No, he got knocked out into the open. I have never seen that happen, like a melee hit with a huge knockback before. Oh, that sucked. Alright, invigorate on the downstate fella. Bring it down on Argenta, give her another turn.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright.
Doubt is
Run
for
and
the
gun.
weak. I'll do it.
53%. Yes. Nice. Okay.
Let's see.
Wait, what? It used the action point. Did that buff hit him? It doesn't look like it did. I don't know if that failed. If that's failed, I've never seen it fail. Oh god, these guys are hostile too? I thought they were just like neutral crazy people over there. That's not going good for Abelard. Please get up. Voice of command. Revel in Slaughter for more permanent bonuses.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
That's one. Run and gun for another shot.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That's another.
Is a prayer.
Furious Recital for momentum.
High momentum.
Firearm Mastery. It might be finally time to use this. Gain the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These do not spend AP. Firearm Mastery.
I am his will made manifest.
Looks like that only gave her one more action point, though. Oh no, she can attack again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Dude, this is like, Abelard's in trouble, but she is doing so well right now. She just got 4 kills in that turn with all these bonuses we're stacking. Like, this strategy revolving around her is working really good at the moment. With that, what is it, long laser rifle thing. Alright, so those two just used their whole turn standing up. So it's now Idria's turn. Looks like we can kill 2 of them with Chain Lightning. So, hold on. Analyze enemies. Analyze that guy.
Was that you? Or...
Chain Lightning. And...
Will do.
Put, what is that called? Forewarning on Cassia, which increases her defenses a little bit. 3 remaining.
We're at a tactical disadvantage.
She just got 100 to 0'd from a club.
What?
Dear God.
No. A wicked thought.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
How long have you been playing this? I think we're like 8 or 9 hours in.
Schemes within schemes.
Thought for sure his sister battle would be using a bolter. She has a bolter, but then I found this thing called a long laze, which is like a laser rifle, but it's like a sniper laser rifle, and it's working out much better. But she actually has a bolter on her hip. Dodge, nice. Thanks. Wait, does she still have firearm mastery active?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Does that mean she can keep attacking right now?
This is unacceptable.
No, I don't think so. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a crit.
That
Okay.
is not the Emperor's
we can use
will.
run and gun to get another shot, though.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
If I may.
Oh God! I didn't realize that was going to provoke an attack of opportunity. And she can't do that. Oh no, I messed up. Okay, well, let's see how well you melee, girl. Get your axe out.
That is foolishness.
Oh no, I can't, because what she just did was already considered an attack. Okay, let me read this. I've never used it before. All enemies in a will-cell radius around the target point makes a willpower resistance test. Those who fail immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. She attack of opportunity'd him as he walked away to hit his ally. She's like, you should hit your friend. He's like, okay, and then she stabbed him in the back. Well, that is an interaction. If you move there, can you charge him? No, you can't. But you could charge to that tile, and then probably do a normal swing after that.
Indeed.
Hi, how's the game? Hi, Proddy. I'm enjoying it, very much so. I'm playing on hard difficulty right now. We're suffering from people going downstate for the first time. Attack of opportunity. Nice.
Ouch. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Right, give Argenta another turn with command.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Is that the last one? Yes. Wow, dude, when she got downed in one hit. Alright, so we've got 2 people with traumas now.
Look no further.
And he's got an old injury. Alright. Alright, loot. What are these? Obviously it's a knife. I haven't seen one in the game. I wasn't sure if it was called like a force knife or something.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Technically, the bolter should be the best weapon you have. You basically fire explosive soda cans that have the power of multiple RPGs. Hang on. Okay, so here's the bolter. It does 6 to 10 damage and has a range of 14. This does 14 to 20 damage and has a range of 18. Now, the bolter does have a burst fire mode where it's going to spray and pray in front of you. And there's a chance they could hit multiple targets. But this just being able to hit like the whole field of battle for much more damage. 14 base damage versus 6. So large medkit. Skirmisher boots. Whenever the wearer deals damage to an enemy, the wearer has a 25% chance to gain 2 movement points. Put that on him. Digging the art style? Yeah, I'm liking it too for sure. Okay. Did I get all the loot and stuff?
There will be no peace in my way.
Cast your eye there.
The turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomat never had the chance to activate it.
Pay attention.
There's traps.
The Emperor favors me today. I better myself through my service.
Where does that door go? Alright, so there's a path over here, and there's a door down that way.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Duty prevails.
The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barriers, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death.
What lies beyond?
Alright, so I'm gonna hit quick save, and then peek in here. What's this? Judging by the caustic smell and oily stains, promethium was previously stored here. It must have fallen into the hands of the heretics. Alright, so as I understand it, promethium's like fuel. It's like gasoline or something. Pick the lock. 50% chance.
Oh, applaud my brilliance!
Brilliance! Light armor, Death World Origin light flak armor. 10% parry against... I think we'll use that. Dusty Artifact, thank you for the tier 1 sub, welcome. There's a cat in the room, yeah. Hey. He's sleeping. Alright, quick save in case I hit a landmine, blow up my leg or something. Oh, cutscene. Is that a tech priest?
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest tower!
Oh,
don't shield the tech priest! We need to take him
they
out.
pretended to be blinded ones and just walked right up and capped them.
Hold back!
Is he gonna use the construction vehicle on him? Oh no, he's just gonna blow it up. Dang.
Knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Dude, that was that was crazy. They just pretended to be like the crippled people. Boob, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome back. Pascal, the man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is a binaric speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Oh, binaric speech. The binaric hymn transforms into a Vox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand rises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain and your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ugh, blast it.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. I am rogue trader Macavon Lacavon Valancius. I mean, you know ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
That's Von Lacavon Valancius to you.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Point at the exploded machine. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The tech priest turns around and stares aghast at the burning remains as if he has nothing to do with what just happened. His vox produces a mournful prayer. Oh great, he's got split personality.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all their fireworks.
You do not know how you caused such an explosion.
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orselio's star charts in the Furibunda system, not far from the void
furry
colony
system.
of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting. and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
He's like, these idiots got themselves killed and I had to murder people. Unnecessary work. If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his Vox system did not convey a shred of it. I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
We got a tech priest! Yes! So one of the Warhammer games I've played was Mechanicus, and it's all about the tech priest, so I know a bit about them. They're really cool. Like, anytime they're like, I would like to get stronger, they just upgrade themselves. They're like, put a new gun here, maybe a third arm up here, give that arm a gun too. Then just like every limb gets an attack every round. I don't know if they do it in this one, but... Alright, what do you do? What's your deal? Analyze enemies. Okay, so he's got similar stuff to her, except she's a psyker. What is it? Soldier? Analyze enemies supposed to be dismantling attack. Operative. Immediately inflict one exploit on all enemies in combat. Then make a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Oh, that's the heroic move. Desperate measures. Desperate measures. Okay, that's the heroic and desperate things. Origin talents. Machine Spirit Communion. All weapons in a huge area gain additional effects. Allies' weapons, recoils reduced. Enemies suffer more penalties to dodge. Enemies' weapons, recoil is increased. Machine Spirit Banishment. Reduces the damage dealt from the target's attacks by 26% for 1 round. Targets with Reject the Flesh feature suffer 20 shock damage. If the target is a mechanism or a machine, it suffers 20 shock damage instead, and its characteristics are reduced by 20 until the end of combat. So he could basically say F that machine. What is this? That's the communion. Okay. Alright. Choose a stat. What are your main stats? Tech use and weapon skill. Int is pretty high. Do you use your int? Hold on. Brutal Strike, Sweep, Pascal. Oh, look, he's got a robot arm that holds the laser gun. He's like, I'm not gonna swap guns. You can hold a gun. Looks like he's stacking melee. Let's get him some I guess we'll get him some weapon skill. For now. We can get different stuff later. Okay, does he have any weird stuff down here? Pinnacle of Weaponry, Fires of the Forge, Steel of the Forge. While wearing heavy armor, Forge-rolled characters gain more movement points, deflection, and cannot fall prone. Do you have heavy armor? He has medium armor. Okay, don't have heavy. Alright. So, do that. Can we... How much strength do you have? 30. I don't... heavy weapon proficiency... Oh, that's heavy weapon. Steel persistence of the forge. Gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction to 20%. Pinnacle of Weaponry. First attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to int bonus. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to int divided by 2. Power armor proficiency is 45. Where is there heavy armor proficiency? Maybe he already has it. Heavy armor proficiency requires 45 strength. Was that an option when I was choosing the stats he was going to get? No, it was not. Okay. Not sure. Like, this is all fine. I don't see any, like, things that I just love. This logic and tech use are really high. Will not die. I can give it more hit points. You know, that's kind of a lazy thing to give, but let's get Combat Master. Choose a new talent. Okay, there's some suggested ones. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit, they gain stacking stuff until the end of combat. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, definitely that. Intelligence, Perception, Weapon Skill, Ballistic Skill. Let's get Ballistic Skill. Alright, options. Precise attack. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency will be reduced. Joint analysis. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal bonus damage. Perfect spots. Operative gains bonuses in cover. Intimidation. Next non-area attack. I guess perfect spot. The operative is fine. I don't love it. Like, compared to, like, many of the other classes, the operative is just kind of like, eh. Alright, so level up is complete. Let me look at their gear again. So they've got an Omniscient Axe and a Lasgun. Do I have anything that's better than what you've got? Ratobi Pattern Lasgun appears to be a bit better. Is there an auto sword? Oh, there is. Oh, that's great. Axe, but not better. And Holy Vestment, okay. Alright, let's just do that. An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire, and not a single one of them attempted to flee. In violation of the right of operation, the shuttle's Promethium tanks have been abandoned and left open. Someone interrupted the fueling sacrament. The fueling sacrament.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned. Ugh.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
Dark.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
There's an elevator there. Oh, it just is like a transition upstairs. Okay. Sin Skin. Light armor with 25% armor. Plus 5% dodge if their agility is more than 40. Do I have anyone that has more than 40 agility that uses light armor? Her. And we just got some more grenades, I believe.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh,
they
yes.
all will see.
This guy. See turrets. Please stay offline. Alert, profane violation of the algorithm.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
There's an activate the turrets button. I just saved the game. I hope they're not going to attack me.
Operation successful.
Oh!
Glorious spectacle of your
okay, so the turtles are the turtles. I got turtles, chat. The turrets are going to be helping me, hopefully. We don't have good cover where we're standing right now. Alright, quick say. I really don't like this environment. It's so open over here, but hopefully the turrets do really good work. But we'll see.
On it.
If I move there, can I lightning bolt any of them? Yes, I can. Alright, do that.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Alright. And precog on her. Or forewarning, not precog. Oh, I like the turrets. Oh my god. Yo, they're gonna make this so easy.
Let's see.
Give Argenta a turn.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Can you give the turrets extra turns? That's actually a great idea. I'm not sure though.
A wicked thought.
He shot through his friend. Oh, look. He doesn't have to weapon swap. It just says that both weapons are available at the same time. Because he's got that extra arm. So he's got the two-hand axe and also a two-hand rifle equipped at the same time. Machine Spirit Communion. She can't get line of sight of any of those. She's gonna have to move up.
Doubt is for the weak.
Piercing shots. What? Argenta? Sweetie, please fire the gun. Chad, I think she broke. She's just standing there, menacingly. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's go back in time a minute. I will try that give the turret extra turn thing. Well, that's the first time we've had to reload because of a bug in almost 10 hours. Odd, but not too bad. Is it turn-based or actual laws? It is turn-based.
There is movement in the Empyrean. But of course, it's gone.
All right, let's find out. Give turret 2 AP. I mean, it worked, but it missed. Wait, no! I misclicked. I was trying to give him a move command, but I ended his turn early.
My vow is to serve. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends.
Bad roll this time.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's see, run and gun for an extra attack.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And Revel
I'll
and
do it.
Slaughter. That didn't sound like reveling, that sounded like pooping.
I will not.
Cassia. Which turret was the one that got all the kills at the beginning? I think it was this one.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Woo! Alright, there's a shot.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
She's so pompous.
Follow my lead. Reduce to dust.
Charge and then normal hit,
Victory
and then
is
endure in
imminent.
case you get hit. Let's see.
Anything else?
Analyze. How would you compare this to BG3? I am having a lot of fun. I am very much enjoying myself. However, a lot of the storytelling this is from, you know, it's like there's the portraits and there's dialogue boxes. Sometimes there's voice acting, sometimes there's not. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3, every conversation was like, you know, a movie scene, you know? If you're okay with that, I think this is a wonderful game so far. I'm about 9 to 10 hours in, and I'm having fun right now.
Not this Grayer's job.
Ooh, that made me a little nervous. That laser shot right over my frontline guy's head. Can we give Argenta an extra turn?
A genius at work.
Shoot. No good.
As
Run
the
and gun gives
Emperor
movement
commands,
points, right?
I act.
Let's try this. Yes, run and gun does give movement points.
Rejoice in battle.
Oh, that was 77%. Bummer.
Doubt
All right.
is for the weak.
Entrench for some cover. Give that guy iron arms just in case he gets shot. Alright, he took 0. Alright, let's see. Move there, analyze weakness. And then use the extra arm gun. Oh, close.
Faith without deeds is worth each strike is a prayer.
Alright. It's a lot of loot. Okay.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Quick save. That went pretty well. That fight definitely would have been more challenging if I hadn't hacked the turrets online. That was pretty cool. A very satisfying use of our our tech hacker guy. BG3 opening me up to CRPGs. I don't know whether to start Divinity or this. Homie Man, I have played... Okay, if you liked BG3, I want to stress it's not the same, but Divinity Original Sin 2 is a really good segue from that. It does have full voice acting, but it doesn't have, you know, like, it's like portraits. It doesn't have, like, the full scenes. Very good storytelling. The combat is very easy to pick up. It uses an action point system. So, like, if you have 4 action points, you can move twice and then attack twice, or you can move twice and then end your turn, and then the next turn use those leftover points to hit again. Much simpler combat system than Baldur's Gate 3's was. And you don't have to play Divinity Original Sin 1 before you play 2. They happen hundreds of years apart. This, also a great game. I can also recommend Pillars of Eternity. That was a wonderful series. You know, this is great. Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. All wonderful CRPGs. But, again, Baldur's Gate 3 was a masterpiece. And they, you know, less like a movie, and they're more like just a really good book that also has gameplay.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Guy saluting. A young man in planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camille Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. The success to failure ratio of combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Awareness succeeded. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your lordship. The soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right side. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You are hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulps nervously under the stern gaze of Cassia's ruby eyes. Fear, I guess? In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for, and I've not done with life just yet. Idira winces, glances at you, then shakes her head. How did you manage to make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side till the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us. But alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. The Emperor rests their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Caligos Winterscale, our ruler by the will of the Emperor. They are all heretics deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Enough talking. Let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk. We're gonna get ambushed. We're gonna get ambushed. Alright, let's see what happens here, and then we'll save it for the night. We can't walk straight across, your lordship. Wait, what? The temple's tower collapsed onto the pavement and is blocking the way. It'll take days to clear the rubble. Oh, everybody leveled up. Choose a talent. God, there's so many to choose from. Gives you the ability to critically heal. Whenever a Psyker is healed or heals any ally, if the character is being healed is already at full wounds, that character instead gains temp wounds equal to the healing. These temp wounds do not stack. You already have contagious luck. Seize the initiative. You get to go first. Lead by example. Whenever the officer uses an officer ability 2 times in one turn that does not grant an extra turn, they gain the Stand Witness effect. Stand Witness, the next officer archetype ability that does not grant an extra turn, will also affect the officer. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain +5 fellowship until the end of combat. Whenever an ally is affected by an officer ability or talent that grants temp wounds, that ally's armor is increased by 10% for 1 round. Does not stack. Allies under the effect of officer abilities gain a bonus to their weapons skill until the start of the officer's next turn. Lasting impression. Half of the bonus granted by voice of command remain until the end of combat. This bonus does not stack with itself or with bonuses granted by voice of command, but does count as an officer ability effect for the purposes of other talent effects. Remain till the end of combat. That's pretty awesome. The target, this overall power bonus, direct damage. What was the one I did? We'll just get seize the initiative, that's fine. Okay, and then you choose something here. Persuasion is 65, coercion's 45. Is coercion also fellowship? Yeah, it is. I get persuasion. This guy's persuasion checks are often like almost 100% right now because he's so good at it. Okay, tanky boy. Corrals, athletics, coercion, demolition, Medicae. Let's get Medicae. He's been failing at that a bit lately. Okay, thick skin, defensive meteors, living shield, running speed. Hardened Scars. Whenever the warriors hit while under Endure, their damage deflection is increased by 1 for 1 turn. Interception. If you parry an attack, your next archetype ability costs 1 less AP. A warrior's becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant +10 agility bonus dodge for 1 round. Crowd Kill. Area effects do additional damage. Defensive Stance. If the warrior has not attacked this turn, they gain bonus armor. Charge and slash does not affect this. Opening Strike. Charge and push increase the damage of ranged attacks made against affected enemies until the end of combat. So like charge them, knock them backward, and then shoot them. Plus 15% bonus to parry. That's probably really good for our tank. I'm gonna get that. Plus 15% bonus to parry. How much are you? It's mass change, I need to be in line. What's up, Vass? Tide of Excellence. Exposed Weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower. Fresh target. Instant Exposure. If the target of analyzed enemies has 2 or more exploits, they suffer an additional exploit. Passive Learning. On their first turn in combat, the operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits as when using analyzed enemies among all enemies. At the start of each of the operative's rounds, they distribute half as many among all enemies in a 2-cell radius. Offensive Pattern Prediction, Reactive Study. Informed Hit. Combat Insight. While the operative's perception bonus is 10 or higher, they gain +1 AP and ignore enemies' deflection. Perception bonus? Our bonus is 3 right now, so it's not 10 or higher, if I'm reading that right. The operative inflicts an exploit, even on enemies which are out of the operative's line of sight at the start of the turn. That's kind of cool. We'll get that. Okay, and then we pick something here. Let's see. Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 3%. If the enemy's armor is already 0, this enemy's deflection is reduced by 1 instead. That might be really good with the fact that she can set someone on fire and then they take fire damage each turn. Because that would be repeatedly triggering this. Your dots can now crit. Muck, I love your stream. I love you, random citizen. Let's see. When the Psyker uses a psychic power, all enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer Psi rating direct damage. The same also happens when the Psyker suffers damage from burning, bleeding, or melee attacks. When the Psyker is burning, their Psi rating is increased. I'm not going to set the Psyker on fire. The Psyker gains % additional armor against fire. Whenever psychic power used by the Psyker does damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half the damage. That damage does not trigger this talent again. That could be pretty cool, because then like chain lightning would hit even more times. Let's do backdraft. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many choices. Alright. Rack and Ruin. After the soldier does damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains +% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. That's just 1 attack. Unpredictable. The soldier gains critical hit chance. The bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover. Fired up. Whenever they deal damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Combat Medicae. Tenderize. Integrity. While full health, the soldier has +10 ballistic skill and +2 movement points. Muzzle velocity. The first hit of each burst attack deals additional damage. Tactical disengage. Fortress. While the soldier has full cover against an enemy, the soldier gains +10% damage against that enemy, and the enemy's attacks do 20% less damage against the soldier and their cover. Do you think he knows his past curfew? Yeah, I do. 5 more minutes. Let's get integrity, I guess. Let's see, awareness. Does she have really high any of this? Awareness is decent. Actually, her demolition is the highest in the party. I guess let's just go all in on that. Okay. This lady. Game Awards went past curfew, blame them. Lol. Alright, this is the one. She's got the coolest passives. Alright, what do we want? If the navigator's perception is higher than agility, their dodge is calculated using perception instead. Yes. Commerce, persuasion, coercion, carouse. She's got good warp lore, persuasion. I mean, we've already got someone good at persuasion. What is carouse? That's toughness. Awareness. Her awareness. Okay, we could put more in awareness. Alright, and then we got Mech Guy. Lucky I play the new Monster Hunter games when it comes to the Flying Raptor mount. If they sponsored me, I'd do it. I played Monster Hunter World, and I was kind of on it. So I didn't hate it, but not really jumping for it. Instant exposure. Operative suffers less damage from enemies affected by exploits. Everyone's going to have exploits. Because we've got 2 operatives in the party right now. Oh wait, what is this stuff? Manipulator push. Manipulator Mechadendrite attacks enemies in close combat, pushing them up to 2 cells away and dealing bonus damage. Oh, this was in the Mechanicus game. His metal third arm tentacle shoulder thing whips out and hits somebody. Has armor penetration. Medicae Mechadendrite. Tech Priest can use her Mechadendrite to restore wounds of an ally once per combat. Utility Mechadendrite. Equipped with all kinds of tools to communicate with machine spirits. Increase tech use and demolition by 10. Scanner Mechadendrite. An additional servo skull connected directly to the Tech Priest systems increases perception by 10. Are there Space Marines or Chaos Marines? There's a Space Marine in the party on the cover art. I'm pretty sure there's at least one, but we haven't met him yet. Machine Spirit Scan Protocols. Applies 1 stack of exploit on all affected enemies. Is it Medicae Mechadendrite? Okay, what do we want here? I definitely don't love his passives as much as the other characters. The swift movement. Okay. I want to see the end of what this thing that's probably an ambush before I go to bed. Let's see what happens.
The whispers
My nerves are frayed.
The temple door does not budge. It may be blocked by rubble from the other side.
The machine gun grants the insight.
The shuttle must be what crashed into the building and destroyed parts of the
What
street.
lies beyond?
There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including bodies in planetary guard uniforms. The soldiers' bodies... The young man sighs. The remains of my squad. Once we've put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers fallen in a righteous battle. This battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had the chance to draw their weapons, and the directions of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they were watching us. I must report this to the governor. Aim your weapon at the private. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you are a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I may have gotten a few things mixed up from inexperience, but that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we're there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity. In truth, they were poison. This is so brutal. Kill the private, which I think it's right to shoot him, but it says in times of war it's better to execute an innocent than have a mole in the ranks. I don't like the reason. Keep walking. Of course, your lordship. Please, let's make a move. The sooner we get there, the better.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
What's this? Oh, that's on the other side. Pamphlets and booklets are strewn together around the dormant cogitator, imploring the reader to devote their life to serving the Emperor in the ranks of the Astra Militarum. Errant rubbish lies scattered between the seats covered in stone dust, old programs, faded tickets, and food scraps of unknown origin.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
You arrived at your destination, and now you will die for Aurora and the Final Dawn. Oh man, imagine my shock.
What an amusing attempt at defiance.
You've been ambushed. The battle begins. Doesn't look like I can actually move anywhere, so quick save.
I won't sully myself.
Unavailable?
With that.
What? Odd. Okay. I'm gonna give Adira an extra turn.
What if...
She can chain lightning, but it's not gonna kill any of them.
Oh!
Set him on fire. And buff Abelard.
Was it you? Or...
Oh, now he can move properly. Alright, Iron Arm. Get by cover. Please don't throw a grenade in there. Ah, that's almost as bad. Oh, a couple dodges there. Dude, he set his own guy on fire. Touch of Anger. I feel that you guys have some unresolved issues to work out.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Dang it! That still hit us. Yeah, I did make him hit him, but it splashed on me. Let's see. Give her a turn.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Alright, 2 of them down.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Is the game enjoyable? I'm having fun, Mike. Let's use run and gun. Get an extra action.
I'll do it.
And revel in the slaughter
commands,
to get more stats.
My ears are ringing.
Abelard is on fire. Use Endure for some temporary hit points.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
I took care of this one.
Oh, nice. That wasn't going to be a kill, but then he crit, and so now it's a kill. Use charge to get over here, just so you're by cover. And brace for impact. If she moves there, can she zap that guy? Yes, she can.
I know what is to come.
Oh, there's 3 more down here. Hello. What is the range of the mecha? Oh, it has to be right next to him. Okay.
Running by
This is probably gonna miss, but... Yep. Let's see. Heal on him. And extra turn on Argenta.
Genius at work.
Pop that guy. And run and gun again. And pop that guy. And her turn.
Schemes within schemes.
Give that buff. And... I'm not sure if I give her an extra turn, I don't know if she can hit that last guy. I'll try. She can. Okay. Alright, so first do this. Oh, got a critical. Very low health. Can't reach that from here. Alright,
I'm
give
not
him some
accustomed
stats.
to being ordered around.
High momentum.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Now it's her. Oh no, she missed. Rip. Alright, run and gun again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
95%. Come on, there we go. Alright.
Just a minor setback.
Dude, are they just staying down there? Get up here, cowards.
It will be done.
I'm going melee, psyker, pyro. That's a lot of things. Thanks for playing this. I'm gonna buy it now. Hey, I hope you enjoyed as much as I have. I'm having fun.
Would you look at that?
Oh, there's a trap there.
But of course.
They are not getting any closer. Use Mechadendrite on him.
Field medicine at its finest.
Okay, so he got a little heal there.
The storm approaches.
We keep playing this in both streams. Like tomorrow, the new Path of Exile League comes out, and I would like to try that. But I will be back on this tomorrow morning. And as always, the full playlist of all the games I do, there's already a playlist on Muckluck Plays, the second YouTube channel there, that for Rogue Trader. So if you ever think you missed anything and want to see it, it will all go there.
God, Emperor,
These guys are
move
really dragging
through
their
me.
feet.
Be the fire in my heart.
Okay, he at least moved a little bit.
At your beck and call.
What is
Set him on
this
fire.
foreboding?
Maybe I can't disarm traps in combat? I'm trying to here, but it doesn't look like it'll let me.
Explorers know one route. Forward. My vow is to serve.
I was not sure if that was gonna hit. Let's see. Voice of Command on Pascal.
A wicked
and then give him another
thought.
turn. Ah, whiff.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Run and gun.
As the Emperor
So
commands,
I'm
I act.
trying to avoid
Escape
hitting that
the
landmine
Emperor's
there.
judgment.
Oh wait, I just noticed the red line. Oh, it has to be disarmed over here. That's the reason.
Doubt is for the weak.
Was wondering if you noticed that. Didn't at first. I do now. But I still don't know if I can do that in combat.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. My success is an
Okay, there was no... the mouse cursor didn't change, so I wasn't sure.
Let's see.
My voice of command to extend the range of bring it down.
A wicked thought.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Woo! Oh, wow, she cut him in half. The wounded young man looks at you spitefully and hisses. Your victory means nothing. Aurora will come for you, and even if she doesn't, no one escapes the final dawn. You've run out of ammo. You need to reload. Hit the reload button. Okay, thanks. Continue. Updating data catalog. The characteristic tendency of the planetary defense forces of Rykad Minoris to run into ambushes is not a consequence of chance or negligence. It can only be explained as some twisted variation of combat tactics. This phenomenon is depressing. Who is Aurora? What is the final dawn? A spark of madness flashes through the young man's eyes. Aurora is the hidden truth. No one is worthy of seeing her face. But those who are loyal to her will stand by her side at the final hour of the final dawn and will consume all. They will, but not you. You're an enemy of Aurora. You will be vanquished. So you are the traitor. You led your convoy into an ambush, didn't you? Haha, no. Your entire convoy is gone. I took that whining pup Camille's uniform. 6 months with the governor's underlings taught me their ways. I had no trouble posing as one of them. I had to make sure you scum didn't decide to turn around and fly home instead of walking into the ambush. The young man rasps and spits bloody foam. Don't let it get to your head that you took us down. My comrades are many and they're coming after you, and if they are not, anyway, you'll see for yourself. Dude, you got hit by your own allies' flamethrowers twice in that fight. They didn't love you. Finish the wounded man. Death to heretics and traitors. I do not fear death at the hands of filthy dogs mired in their own lies. Take my soul, Aurora. Look like we just shot him in the butt. What a way to die. Dying from the butt shot. Muck, you really need a 5 more minutes emote. What would it look like? Or maybe just like me holding a clock and it would be like Muckluck time.
Sings in my veins.
That's actually a good idea, Banana. I'll look into that. Let's see. Man, lots of weird stuff. All right, I am going to save it here and pick up with this wonderful game tomorrow morning. All right, chat. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, because I sure as hell did. Thank you guys for a wonderful evening. Couple plugs on the way out. If you happen to be new to my channel, my name is Muckluck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back with more Rogue Trader tomorrow morning, but if you would like to stay caught up on my whole adventures through this game, there is a playlist on Muckluck Plays, my second YouTube channel for Muckluck Plays Rogue Trader, and you can see it all from the beginning, and all of the episodes go there no matter what time I stream it at. The next one will be tomorrow morning, but if you can't make that time, you can subscribe to that YouTube channel and watch them as they go there if you wish. Special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep the stream alive. Can't do this without them. Shout them out every night. They're wonderful. And if you'd like to join that list of wonderful VIP people, there is a link to that right there. And with that, I'm going to play myself out. You guys have a fantastic evening. Sleep well. And I'll be back tomorrow morning and also tomorrow night. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way, the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles Van Chauncey, sir, and fourth the Esquire Reginald Bartholomew Douglas Muckluck. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. Like, how does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? Mm-hmm. I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something. And he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character making me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say making me the poop one. But that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's two of, the baby's not eating bread. There's two of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New page, oh my God, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival. And then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome page. Sit down, you, oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Oh.